Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
There we go, Double D. Why is my voice going so low? It's a Wednesday. Great to have you with us. Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Good morning. Appreciate you being with us. Coming up here on the show, football news. The draft may be over, but the Shedeur Sanders slander continues. Oh, Chelsea, guess what I'm doing at 4 p.m. today? Take a wild guess.
Drinks with the dentist. Drinks with the dentist.
You nailed it. You nailed it. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's happening. It's happening. It's happening. We'll see. I gave him some options yesterday. He came in after my teeth cleaning. He's like, all right, we got to do this today? We can do it today. I was like, tomorrow's probably better because I've got some things to do today. But tomorrow, which was now Wednesday, I said, we can do. I said, tell me what you want to do. He goes, well, I'm still exploring the neighborhood. I like this place. I was like, that's my favorite bar in D.C. He's like, yeah, it's really cool, but I want to try this place, maybe this place. He goes, you know what, just text me a couple places, and I'll just pick one. And I said, okay, that sounds good. So then I walked home from my cleaning yesterday at the dentist, and I texted my dentist, and now we're having drinks today, 4 p.m. on the nose. He's getting off early, and we're meeting down the street, so this should be something.
So do you think you like this guy? Because I feel like we've said like a lot of the like negative connotations around him, but it sounds like there must be something there, right? Like for you to agree to drinks other than just like you trying to be nice?
I mean, yes, I do like him. He is a very nice guy. But how well do you really know someone? Do you know what I mean? I hate to say that, but you just don't know until you know. So I'm open to it. He's a really nice guy. I've been going to him forever. And he's just down the street, which is nice. I can just walk there and then walk back home. Nice and convenient. And he's always been very good to me. But you don't really know someone sort of outside the work setting until you kind of hang out with them a little bit. So I think I'm just a little apprehensive about that.
I think that's why a lot of people don't make a ton of new friends. Like the older you get, like, please correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe you're in a different, situation as opposed to me. Because I know you go out and you're very social. But I feel like it's really hard to meet friends when you're older because there is that comfort of the people that you already know and the fact that you can act like yourself and not have to worry about, hey, this person's only met me twice. I really need to reel it in here and act normal for our interactions. So are you somebody that find yourself making new friends, or do you kind of see what I'm saying and that like it's tough to make new friends when you're older?
I would say I'm very lucky in that I feel like I meet a lot of people like who are like sort of constantly wanting to hang, which I am very appreciative of. It's sort of honestly more than anything, it's kind of like trying to manage my time and saying I don't have time to sort of extend myself to like everyone, but that's because I feel like I'm super social and, I'm very lucky in that respect. But also I feel like that at my age, I probably have a lifestyle that is not normal for my age because most people I know who are my age generally have kids and are generally around their children all the time and have a different, schedule, which I totally understand. But so that's why I tend to end up hanging out with people. There's a couple people my age for sure who don't have children, but also people who are divorced or maybe younger who want to hang out because I'm still going out. So I think that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, but you don't seem like super set in your ways. Like you seem very open to new experiences, which I do think is not maybe the norm for like older people. Like, I don't even want to call you older because it doesn't feel like you're older. It does feel like you're, a 25-year-old to me, at least when you go out. You go hard in the paint. I don't know. I think for me, I have my friends and I don't really want any more. And again, it's like you have to put out new effort. Doesn't it feel like it takes more effort to cultivate a new relationship as opposed to saying, hey, I've already got like 3 friends. That's enough for me.
Oh, I totally agree with that. It's like the old saying, if you were up with 1 or 2 really close friends, you're very lucky. And so if you have those people who are in your, in your core or in your little orbit and you're happy with that, then, and especially when you have a lot of your time naturally taken up by your family, I think that's totally fine. So it's just, like I always say, there's no right or wrong. It's just different. Well, when you're talking about being social, let's talk social media, as in Jordan Hudson. According to TMZ, which I will say over the years has gotten better about their reporting. I remember early on they were very much rumor-based. But according to TMZ, people at North Carolina are worried about Jordan Hudson and her influence over Bill Belichick. They also report that when we saw that interview over the weekend that went viral where CBS was asking Bill Belichick, how did you and Jordan meet? And she cut it off. TMZ reports that that happened numerous times, and that's one of the reasons why CBS ended up showing that clip, and also that not only did it happen numerous times, that she stormed out at one point. So according to one anonymous source at Carolina, quote, there is a growing sense this could become a problem. I feel like it already is a problem.
Yeah, it could become a problem.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where they're standing, but it does feel like it's already mounting to a problem before our eyes. But I would love to hear like a PR professional's take on this. Because I will say, for somebody in Bill Belichick who is promoting a book, this is getting all kinds of press. Like press that you cannot buy. Because we keep talking about his relationship with Jordan Hudson. And one would probably say that Bill Belichick does not need any press because he already has the rings to kind of warrant people buying his book. But maybe this is opening him up to another audience that he never really had before, like the Jordan Hudson audience that maybe wants to hear more about Jordan's boyfriend, Bill. What's he all about? I've never heard of him. But Jenks, how would you rate her PR strategy? Because again, everybody's talking about her and Bill, but maybe not in the light that some of these football teams and programs would appreciate.
This makes me angry. I give her PR skills a -5. Like, there's this idea, right? Think about it. There's this idea this is great for his book. This Bill Belichick book is strictly about football. That's it. Bill Belichick's football career. Do you really think that Jordan Hudson's fans really going to go out and buy a book about Bill Belichick's football career? No. They want to know what CBS asked, which is, how did you meet? And they won't even answer it. It's not going to, ooh, that's going to drive up book sales. I don't think it will. And I don't buy the idea that this is some sort of long play from Bill Belichick to promote his new football book. He called Instagram Instaface a few years ago. And now here he is, all of a sudden, he's a fisherman, she's a mermaid, he's on the beach, and she's acting like she's on the Titanic on his feet. He's looking foolish. Bill Belichick, if he wants to promote his football career, needs to talk about football, which is what he's always done. He's known as a football savant. He has 8 Super Bowl rings, 6 as a head coach, 2 as an assistant, and now she is denigrating that. He needs to pay attention to what's going on, and what drives me crazy is they can't answer. She refuses to answer the most basic question on the planet of any relationship ever, which is, how did you meet? That's a simple question. CBS didn't ask, hey, what's it like in the bedroom for you guys? How do you feel about the age difference? It was just, how did you meet? You ask that to complete strangers when you meet a couple. If you can't answer that, and then yesterday, she's retweeting people who are criticizing CBS. She releases a letter, an email that Bill Belichick sent to his publisher. She posts that on Instagram with, look what you made me do by Taylor Swift. Nobody is making her do anything. She is not a victim. The fact that she's turned this around like, oh, it's the media. You put this out there. Did you not show up at the NFL awards wearing his rings? Are you not putting stuff on Instagram about him constantly? You did this. Now deal with the consequences. It's so stupid, and it's going to crush Bill Belichick at Carolina. He hasn't even coached a game.
Right. I think that's the craziest part is that it feels like we've been strung along for the saga at UNC when the season hasn't even started yet.
Yeah.
Like, he hasn't even coached a game, and she's already in these, like, floor-length dusters and stiletto heels at these practices where it feels like we've already been through, like, 5 seasons with this couple. So I don't know if their relationship is exhausting as it is to all of us, but it feels like it's going to end in disaster if we keep going down this road. Like, if she keeps being combative, like with the media and saying like, hey, why are you guys doing this to me? Well, you keep putting out all of this stuff. Like, listen,
right.
How many other girlfriends of coaches do we really know that much about? And you could point to the age gap and say, hey, we're interesting for this reason. But now it's like a laundry list of other reasons. Like, we were kind of over the age gap. If you guys just did your own thing and minded your own business, I don't think people would care that much. I think we'd be past it in the news cycle by this juncture. but it's just something else every single day. And maybe she's somebody who just wants attention, which I feel like is probably the case. When you wear a dress like that to the NFL honors and it feels like it's your spotlight instead of Bill's.
Well, guys, last night she also sent a picture on Instagram of the philosophy book, or the book that she had signed by Bill Belichick, kind of confirming the story that they met on a plane. But that was, 40 years ago. I don't know when her birthday is, so she's either 19 or 20 during that time frame, meeting 70 or 68-year-old Bill Belichick, who at that point was also in a relationship.
And if that's the way it is, A, people will figure it out. B, you got to own it. Like, you're not going to hide it at this point. I mean, imagine it this way. If people believe that this is some sort of like sneaky promotion, if you're a Jordan Hudson stan, are there stans of Jordan Hudson? I don't know. But if you're a fan of hers, imagine seeing this and going, I'm going to pick up that Bill Belichick book. And then going, I didn't realize that Bill Belichick was so passionate about special teams. Like, no, those two things don't really mesh. I'm not saying there aren't plenty of women who are educated and very smart football fans. I'm just saying if you're into this drama, I don't see being into this drama and all of a sudden wanting to know everything about Belichick's and his career and everything he's done in the NFL and in college.
Especially since it's so pointed about football. Like, I don't know if people have heard the rant about special teams, but if you don't care about football, this book is not going to be for you within the first, several paragraphs. So I get what you're saying there. It's just, I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. Like, haven't we all done this before where we say, hey, we're going to give you several shots. Like, we want to root for you. I understand, there's an age gap. But, listen, some of us, want to root for love. But at this stage, we've given her so many chances. And how many times is she going to prove us wrong? We were rooting for you guys, and you keep proving us wrong. I think that's where I stand now. Okay,
that's fair. Carolina is 125 to 1 to win the national title. They're 20 to 1 to win the ACC. Jordan Hudson, minus 500 to make this end terribly. I think that's at BetMGM. Also yesterday, how about Boomer Esiason from WFAN, of course, former Bengals quarterback, Maryland quarterback, saying that Shedeur Sanders was removed from a number of draft boards because of his attitude.
They took him off because the owner said take him off. I don't want that guy. Shedeur Sanders just torpedoed himself. His attitude off the field at the combine, his dad didn't help him either. He was on podcast talking about this is my son. If I can get him to where I want to get him to, I'm going to do that. But, when you listen to this kid talk right prior or at the combine about if you want a new culture in your locker room, I'm the guy to do that. I can turn it around. I mean, he's very high on himself. And I think he was very off-putting to many, many coaches and general managers in the league. And I'm telling you right now, and I know this after talking to 3 different personnel people in the NFL this weekend, they didn't even have him on their board. They took him off. And they took him off because the owner said take him off. I don't want that guy. I don't want this entitled person on our team. And I don't blame him.
It's fascinating. I don't want to pile on Shedeur Sanders. I feel like at this point it's pretty easy to do. I will say I appreciate Boomer Esiason saying, hey, I talked with NFL general managers. I can confirm this, as opposed to a post on X. An anonymous NFL source says A, B, C, and D, and just tearing the kid down. I'd rather have actual facts from someone who can confirm those facts, because anyone can throw out a rumor. But this sounds like something that is very plausible and very believable, because indeed Shedeur fell to the 5th round. But I don't know how much of this is true and how much people are just sort of feeding into it. I feel like there's kind of a fine line there.
Well, I feel like teams in the draft have nitpicked about things before. Remember when teams didn't want Tim Tebow on their team because of the Tim Tebow circus? And nobody's looking at Tim Tebow and saying he is a bad person. If you look up saints on earth, it's probably Tim Tebow if you see what he does for charity. But there are things that, add to the aura of a player, and you just don't want the added nonsense. And the thing is, if Shedeur Sanders was an otherworldly talent at quarterback, teams would absolutely be willing to look past it. But when you're, I don't want to say a mediocre talent, but not somebody who you're willing, Like, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. We see this in every single sport. There are players that have much worse concerns, like the guy that the Ravens drafted. Like, there's all kinds of character concerns there, but he's so good that I guess they say, hey, it's worth the squeeze in the second round or whatever. So I think if Shedeur was better, this would not be an issue.
I totally agree. I was talking with someone on TikTok, which was my first mistake yesterday. They're like, he was blackballed. I'm like, I can assure you, if you can play quarterback in the NFL, you're getting drafted. Like, full stop. Coming up next here on the show, it's back to the hardwood we go with the Warriors and T-Wolves, both looking to move on to the next round, and one more football story about Brett Favre as well. Next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is Wednesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. We're waiting on our smelling salts. Probably only a few days now. Coming up in a couple minutes, we will talk about our favorite plays tonight in the association. Warriors taking on the Rockets. Lakers hosting the Timberwolves. Before we get to that, a little more football first. And Netflix has released the teaser for a brand new Brett Favre documentary called Untold, The Fall of Favre. So this is going to go into an accuser who, probably Jen Sturger, who accused Brett Favre of texting her inappropriate messages. Of course, remember the Mississippi welfare scandal, which has gone through all sorts of different hoops, and Favre has denied that. And then didn't he appear in front of Congress a few months ago and say he had Parkinson's disease, I believe, that he's been battling? So I don't want to dismiss that. It seemed very convenient at the time that all of a sudden he's going through something that might affect his memory, that would affect the scandal. But it's very interesting how Brett Favre has gone from this Green Bay deity, this NFL god, and no matter how you feel about it, there's no question his reputation has taken a significant hit. And now, on May 20th, we're going to see a whole documentary about it.
Yeah, and I think that it's a larger story here in that this is not the first time we've seen this happen. Somebody who is put on a pedestal and praised their entire life for being supremely good at something, whether it's football, whether it's singing, whether it's acting. And it feels like these characters, it feels like they're invincible and they can do whatever they want and get away with it. And it feels like this was the case for Brett Favre, is that he felt he could get away with anything for a very long time. So now it feels like the veneer is off and we kind of see the person that Brett Favre is, allegedly speaking. Obviously you want to keep yourself in the right, legally speaking, but how many bits of evidence do you need before you say, hey, maybe this is not the stand-up guy that we believed in for so many years? Like, how many pieces of evidence do you need?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, which is, of course, evidence is evidence, and that's obviously the most important thing whenever you're dealing with any sort of accusations here, but particularly when it comes to, you can go back to that texting scandal, the welfare scandal. There's a ton of damning evidence there. It's really bad. But I think it goes back to what we were saying earlier when you're talking about having drinks with someone new, which is how well do you really know someone? But particularly when it comes to athletes or people, and we see this a lot in Hollywood. We see it with athletes where you're right. You are built up to a certain level because you have a singular talent or a talent that speaks to a lot of people. And then all of a sudden, these details start to come out about who you really are. And then you realize, this is just a human being like everyone else. And you don't really get the full picture until you really get to know someone. And Brett Favre is a guy who, when you talk about a fall, this is a pretty precipitous one. He's not in the public eye a lot. And there was that weird interaction with Mark Gastineau, which wasn't really on Brett Favre. But it just feels like every time we see a story or see a video or read something about him, it's negative, 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 negative. And when that becomes a pattern, you start to think, well, maybe it's you who are the problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And normally somebody who is this involved in the oral history of the NFL, when you tell the story of the NFL, 15, 20 years ago, he's a big part of it. Usually these type of guys kind of stay in the game, whether it's with NFL Network or some type of panelist on some type of show. But because of the things that kind of surround him and some of these allegations, these networks don't want to touch him. So it just feels like a ghost of years past that we just don't really hear about, simply because most of these guys are still involved with the game, but he really isn't.
No, not at all. Not even what was the old commercial that he used to do for
Copperfit.
Copperfit. Even Copperfit's yeah, if Copperfit sends you on the outs, the networks are probably going to stay away. So, yeah, he has sort of disappeared, and we're going to find out more. Again, released on May 20th on Netflix if you are interested. We're definitely interested in the NBA playoffs tonight. We have 2 games on the schedule, and they should be good ones as opposed to maybe Celtics Magic or something like that. Let's begin in the Western Conference where the Warriors try to close out their series against the Rockets. Rockets are laying 4.5. The Rockets are minus 190. Warriors are plus 154. Your total is 203 and a hook. This spread has gone up a point, inched up from Warriors minus 3.5. Total is down from 204 and a hook. So I thought, at least I think, the Warriors are the square play. So, we've seen money come in on the Rockets. The question is, Chelsea, are you going to bet on Houston or go back to the well with Golden State?
I think I'm probably going to go with maybe just a player prop in this one because the line kind of scares me here. So what are the books telling us? That the Rockets are 4.5-point favorites? You're right. It feels like square bait where you say, oh, the Warriors and playoff Jimmy and Steph Curry getting 4.5 on the road here. Like, what are we missing? I think we're missing the fact that this has been like a relatively close series and the Rockets are still a very good team. Like, are we going to really count on the defensive prowess of Buddy Hield once again? It feels like maybe that's an outlier. Maybe the fact that he set the defensive tone, according to Steve Kerr in that last game, maybe that's not something we should bank on. So I feel like this line feels a little fishy. So to me, I think I'm going to stay off of it. 73% of the bets right now on BetMGM are on the Warriors.
How about, this is going to be the squarest thing ever, but the points prop for Jimmy Butler, I feel like is criminally low. Like, I need to double check it. But when I checked it, criminally low. It's an absolute snow job. Like, I saw it yesterday. I need to double check it. Maybe it's gone up. Yesterday, it was 18 and a hook, slightly juiced to the over. Right now, Jimmy Butler is, come on, points. What are we looking at?
20 plus is minus 110. So I would imagine it's around 20. So maybe it's gone up. Maybe other people saw what you saw.
I mean, I saw that yesterday, and I was like, oh, that's really low. Yeah, it's absolutely gone up. So it's gone up a couple points. Maybe I need to shop around and find that. But here's the thing about this. At 18 and a hook, I mean, even if you go to 19 and a hook, 20, going back to the final game of the regular season, the final 3 games of the regular season, he's gone over 6 of his last 7 games, this number. And not only that, the only time he didn't hit this number was in game 2 when he got injured. So I don't know what I'm missing here, but I feel like that this is kind of a gift at that number, even though it seems like such a square play. When I see a number that just screams like, oh my God, easy bet, that's when I back up and I say, wait a second, something doesn't compute here.
Well, do you think Jimmy Butler is still hurt at all? Like, that's the only thing I would question here, because that's, the biggest sabotage factor is that he is coming off not like a major injury, like in the grand scope of things, not Achilles injury or anything, but still he was pretty hobbled. So maybe the odds makers are saying that, hey, maybe we don't believe him to be 100%, but I feel like if anybody's willing to grit through the pain, it's playoff Jimmy, especially since he, quote, doesn't like Dylan Brooks. Don't you think he wants to stick it to him again? So I feel like I would still definitely hit the over on Jimmy Butler tonight. The only other sabotage factor may be if it's a big night for Steph Curry. And he's the hot hand, and they continue to feed him. And he's the guy that closes out the game, because that's the great luxury when you have 2 guys who can be your closer, is that maybe that's the way this bet loses.
Yeah, I guess so. I just don't understand. He played 40 minutes, Jimmy Butler did in game 4. So it's not like they're easing him back in, and now he's had an extra couple days to rest. So I think I'd still be on it. How about we go out west? T-Wolves and the Lakers. Timberwolves trying to close out this series. The Lakers are laying 5.5. The Lakers are minus 225. Timberwolves plus 185. Total set at 209.5. This number has stayed intact. Lakers minus 5.5. Just seems too big to me.
Oh man, I feel bad because doesn't Denton have like 5 bets in this game? He needs like Luka to score like 35. He needs LeBron triple double. So Denton, do we have to root for the Lakers just because you're a part of the team?
No, we don't have to root for that because they can still do all those and lose. Yeah, LeBron can get a triple double and lose. I'll take it. Yeah, my bet still cashes.
That's true.
Well, I think that there's something built into that. Like, if it's just LeBron and Luka, do we still think they can win this game? Because isn't that like kind of the microcosm of the handicap here, is that the Timberwolves have so much more depth than the Lakers? And we know that LeBron and Luka are very good. And obviously, nobody's going to be shocked if they win this game. But is it going to be enough to go past a T-Wolves team that also has an Anthony Edwards who's been playing out of his mind, 43 points last game, and also a very deep bench? I think that's your handicap.
I think Timberwolves are a live dog here, honestly. Like, if you like Minnesota, I'd put a sprinkle on the money line. And also, the Lakers, 2 stars, like LeBron and Luka can still have big games, and the Timberwolves can still cover this number and certainly win outright. So what do we see in Game 4? We saw all 5 starters for the Lakers play the entire second half. And I know they're rested, but that is not a long-term formula for winning games. You've got to have some sort of rotation. Like, you've got to have some sort of depth. And the Timberwolves have more depth than I think, at least I realize, certainly more than the Lakers realize, where it's like, hey, we're going to compete with these guys. Then we got to keep our starters in. And the Timberwolves are really physical as well. Also, the Timberwolves late in the season have just been straight up winners. They're 8-2 straight up over the last 10 games overall. They're 4-2 in their last 6 games against the spread when playing away from home. So when I see a number this big, it scares me a little bit, but I guess the Lakers could run away with it, but I see a close game. I feel like Minnesota matches up so well with LA, so I would be on Minnesota here.
Yeah, it's Minnesota or nothing for me, because it does feel like deja vu all over again, because we had almost this exact same line in one of these other games. And I will say the Lakers won and covered that number, 5.5. The Lakers won 94-85. But remember in that game that the T-Wolves shot 37% from the field and only made 5 3-pointers. That is not something that I see happening again. So low total, relatively high spread, I think it would be on the T-Wolves.
Coming up next on the show, I'm with you there, Chelsea. We are going to continue talking about hoops. We'll look ahead to the Eastern Conference semifinals, Pacers and Cavs, and maybe we'll sprinkle in some Meghan and Harry. Oh, it's coming up next, hour 2 on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network. It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, we'll get you all set for the day ahead in sports betting. So we'll start with our NBA wish list, who we hope to see in the second round of the playoffs and who we already have in the second round, and how it's going to impact our bets. At 7:20, speaking of betting, we go to Major League Baseball and we pan out all of our favorite plays in baseball. At 7:40, buckle up because it's a Whine About It Wednesday. We love to complain here on the show. So we're going to do an entire segment unloading on what's bothering us, particularly this week. And here's my stance on being negative. Like, I understand some people are like, complaining sucks, you shouldn't do it. I feel like complaining is fine as long as it's funny. So that will be the goal, Jenks, as we tell everybody what's really grinding our gears this week.
Well, I'm trying to hold off. I'm not much of a complainer generally. I try to stay positive about everything. But every now and then, you know, happens to everybody, happens to the best of us. There's something that gets to you. So we're going to let it all out here in about 40 minutes. I'm pretty excited because that was an easy one for me.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, we all know that person that's like super negative and complains all the time and they're not funny about it. And it is terrible to listen to.
Yes.
But isn't like half stand-up comedy complaining?
Yes. You guys tried the food on these airlines lately? I got to tell you, the surface has been, yeah. No, that's true. It is. It's taking something that's frustrating, sometimes dramatic, you know, sometimes a complaint, and then spinning it in a way that everyone can relate to. So you're right.
Right. So I am looking forward to complaining for an entire segment here on the show and getting paid to do it. Like, isn't that the American dream, complaining? Paid to talk about it.
Right.
Like, I was talking about setting the lines for favorites in that segment. And I do think because of my heritage, because I come from, you know, suburban white women, like, we're Karens. I feel like I should be the favorite, right?
Yes, you're the odds-on favorite there. I mean, come on. You know, if you have a Karen lineage, I mean, you might as well just go ahead and hand over the trophy to you. You know what I mean? You can't beat that. It's in your blood.
Yeah, so you guys have the odds stacked against you coming up in a few segments here on the show. All right, Jenks, so speaking of complaining, I saw this in the rundown. I was like, what are we doing? I don't want to talk about the Royals. So apparently, we now know the reason why Meghan Markle, and I think we're supposed to call her Sussex now. I don't really know. I don't really care. She reveals why she and Prince Harry call themselves by initials, H and M. And honestly, that wasn't enough to make me click, but I did anyway. So apparently it's because they were dating and they needed to keep it a secret. Is there anything else that I'm missing in this story that I should care about? Because honestly, I'm having trouble caring right now.
No, I don't think so, C. I mean, Dee put this in the rundown earlier, and I was just like, you know, I don't really get it. So, H&M, that's a clothing shop, right? That's where you go to get moderately priced clothing. It's the dumbest nickname ever. H&it, like, it's not even cute.
You're really tricking people.
Yeah, you really got us. Wow. What a stunner. I'd rather you just come out and call your partner Pookie or something publicly than to say like an initial, like one initial. Like that has nothing, there's nothing to it. Which, you know, a lot of people would say about Meghan Markle. There's nothing to her. It's just like, you know, just like you can go right. There's just not, because didn't she have that special a couple weeks ago? I didn't see all of it. Wasn't it with Mindy Kaling where she was trying to talk about Meghan Markle was trying to talk about how relatable she is and why it's Sussex now, and it was just the most awkward thing ever. Like, you were trying so hard to be relatable, and you couldn't be more unrelatable.
Well, full disclosure, I do watch her lifestyle show because it's not because she's relatable. It's because I am watching because her lane, knowing rich people things and how to prepare your home. Like, if anybody knows how to like host a party, it's somebody who was once a part of the royal family, right? I don't watch it because I think she's a great person. I watch it because it's like, hey, this is how they arrange florals, at the British palace or whatever. So like, if it's good enough for her, maybe it's good enough for my home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not watching because I like her as a person. I just think that like that is her lane and she knows what she's talking about.
She's not like, here's the bar area. We do Jaeger bombs every weekend. It's so much fun. Like, it's a little more elevated than that.
Yeah, and I wish she would lean into it more. Like, go ahead and act like you're better than us. It's fine. Like, that's why people watch, right? That's what people don't like, I think, is when people are not authentic. Like, if you just lean into this, like Paris Hilton made a killing off of this, is like she leaned into the fact that she was an heiress. And remember that like Photoshop shirt that people put on her that said, "Stop being poor"?
Yes.
Like, that was like her persona, and it was awesome.
Well, it was something. It was, I mean, I wouldn't have said awesome, but it was it certainly garnered her the attention for which she was looking. Like, it was definitely on brand for her. And like it or not, I mean, she had an incredible run doing that. She's tried to be more refined, I think, recently. But yeah, I mean, for a while there, it was her and Nicole Richie, where they were they were the two it girls. I can't believe about this. Oh, what a time.
They really were the it girls of that decade. This is really our wheelhouse here on the Daily Tip. But it's authentic because she is rich and, she does live this life. Like, she's not like half these influencers on Instagram. It feels like they're faking it because you like do a little deep dive. Do you ever play this game where you're like, how is this person rich? Do you ever do this? And it's like, buy my course and I'll tell you all my secrets. And it's like, so you're not actually good at the skill. You are just getting people to pay for your course in which you teach a skill that you actually don't have. That's how you're rich.
Yeah. It's like those real estate courses, right? I feel like those are in a similar vein. And there are actual real estate agents who do a fine job. I know a few of them, and they're fantastic at what they do. But I'm talking about those big seminars where they come and they tell you all the secrets to making money and all the secrets to being rich, buying homes or flipping homes or selling real estate. And it seems like a get-rich-quick scheme. And I'm like, oh, that's just one big scam.
Yeah, if it's a get-rich-quick scheme where somebody's saying, oh, you can do this in a month. You can make $1 million in one single month working from home. Message me details and I'll DM you the links. It's probably too good to be true. Just saying. So there's your bit of life advice here on the show for the day. All right. So as we switch gears to the NBA, some of these series have already concluded and some of them are still going. So what we're going to do is we're going to tell you who we hope to see in the next round and kind of get you ready for the second round and the contenders that we already have advancing. So since the Pacers won last night over the Bucks in thrilling fashion, we have lines for game one between the Pacers and the Cavs. Cleveland 7.5-point favorites. And here's your series price. The Cavs are minus 500. Pacers plus 375. So, Jenks, this has been a narrative going into the NBA postseason is that the Cavs don't get a ton of respect. But I feel like this line is saying the opposite. I feel like the Cavs are getting a lot of respect here.
Yeah, they're getting a ton of respect. I also think they're a little overpriced here, I think.
Right.
I mean, they're very good. Don't get me wrong. Cleveland's a real threat. We all know that. We all acknowledge that. At the same time, at first blush, it seems to me that they're a little overvalued because they smacked around the Heat and because they were just so dominant in the final two games of that series. They won the final game by 55 points. So it feels like because of that, it's the Cavaliers are going to smash everyone. Pacers are clearly a much better team than Miami. Now they have some momentum coming off that win. So Cavaliers are certainly the favorites for a reason. Again, series price is minus 500, but laying 7.5 in game one feels like a lot of points.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. I think when you look at the regular season series, most of these games were pretty close. In fact, these two teams split the series 2 games to 2 games, and with one of those going to overtime, with the Pacers winning at 126-118. That was the latest installment on April the 13th. So I understand that this is a little different. It's the postseason. And I think some people have trouble trusting the Pacers to be clutch in those big time moments. Because listen, doing it against the Bucks is a little different. And if you had trouble with the Bucks, how are you going to handle a team that had like the biggest, I think, scoring margin in the entire NBA? Like the Cavs were beating opponents by 10.5 points. So I think that's where some of this line comes from, is that usually when the Cavs beat somebody, they beat them pretty handily just because their depth is so good. Even when they have their main go-to guys out of the game, their second unit is just as good. So maybe that's why we're seeing a 7.5 point line in game 1 and the Cavs minus 500 in the series. But I think here's your question. Do you think the Pacers can steal a game? Because obviously there are more than one ways to bet on this series. You can bet on like what the actual series outcome is, whether it's the Cavs in a sweep, plus 450, Cavs in a gentleman's sweep, plus 250, Cavs 4-2, plus 425. Obviously, you can go the other direction. You get real big plus money on that side of the coin. But I don't think the Pacers win the series. But, Jenks, do you think the Pacers can win a game in this series?
Yeah, I do. I think they'll win a couple. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really big on Indiana. I think the Cavaliers are clearly a much better team, but the playoffs get so competitive, and I will say the Pacers have been awesome at home. What is it now that Tyrese Halliburton is 9-0 straight up in his last 9 games at home in Indianapolis? So I think if I were looking at a series price, I would probably go Cavs winning the series 4-2 plus 425. I don't think it's going to go 7 games. I think it's either Cavs winning it 4-1, Cavs winning it 4 games to 2, and 4-1 is clearly the favorite. I understand why, but I think the Pacers might be able to get a couple here.
Yeah, and just doing the quick math, you could play Cavs 4-1 plus 250 and Cavs 4-2 at plus 425. And if either of those outcomes hit, you're up a little bit of money. So I feel like maybe that's the way
Good call.
To bet on it. All right, so we have some updated prices for the NBA Finals as well. Oklahoma City remains your favorite at plus 150. Celtics 2-1. Cavs now at plus 450. Warriors 15-1, which has jumped a lot. Jenks, let's pause there for a second.
Okay.
Do you think that price is warranted for a team that came out of the play-in?
Yes, I do. I think, honestly, I'm surprised it's not a little bit cheaper. Like, it's easy to get hot on Golden State, and I totally understand that. But also, they didn't have Jimmy Butler for the majority of the season. They got him late. So when you're talking about the play-in, yes, it's a team that was in the play-in game, but also a team that just got Jimmy Butler for the latter half of not even the latter half, just like, the last quarter of the season. So I feel like there's some value on the Warriors at 15-1. They have the championship pedigree, and this is kind of their, I don't want to say their final run, but this looks like it might be, like, if there was a if there was a Warriors window, like, it feels like that window is kind of almost shut. So if they're going to make a run, this is the time to do it, and they're playing good basketball right now. So from a value perspective, 15-1 for a Warriors team that looks really good right now, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think so as well, simply because they may have what it takes to take down Oklahoma City. And from a viewing perspective, like we're talking about our wish list of teams we want to advance, like number 1 on the wish list is for me to get the Warriors in the next round, simply because I think they're a team that can take down, whoever they get in the next round, which would be, either the Lakers or the Timberwolves. And I do think that for the sake of viewing, you want somebody who can at least hang with the Thunder. So if anybody can do it, I think the Warriors are kind of the exact opposite of the Thunder. Maybe they don't have the depth, but they have the 2 absolute closers. And are we going to sit there and doubt Steph Curry? I'm certainly not. So I think number 1 on the wish list for me is the Warriors. And then maybe I think I want the T-Wolves coming out of that Lakers series.
Yeah.
Simply because they're playing really well right now. And then we got to ride with the Clippers, right? So out of the West, Jenks, who's on your wish list?
On my wish list, I mean, I do want to see the Thunder. I'm not putting money on them at $150. I feel like, or plus 150. I feel like the value is not there at all. I will say, the Timberwolves at 25-1 are a team to watch. A team that has what it takes to last through the gauntlet that is the NBA playoffs because they are physical, because they are deep, because they have a superstar and Anthony Edwards, a guy they can turn to in clutch time. I think that's always crucial. Like all the top teams have that, right? You know, they have Steph, the Warriors do, or playoff Jimmy. Then the Thunder have SGA. You know, the Nuggets have Nikola Jokic. But the Timberwolves at 25-1, I think, are also an intriguing pick.
Yeah, I think just about anybody in the Western Conference, there was a reason the standings were so crowded going into the postseason because it feels like it's anybody's game. Maybe that's disrespectful to the Thunder, but I'm just saying at those prices. The Thunder deserve to be the favorites, but I want it to be fun to watch as well. All right, coming up next, we go through the MLB card and hand out our favorite plays next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
All right, we're back on a Wednesday. And I mentioned earlier in the show that we're going to spend an entire segment complaining coming up here on the show on a Whine About It Wednesday. But I'm already up and ready to complain because I saw this headline, Jenks, because I was looking for little talkers for our baseball segment that we'll get to here in a few minutes. This one made me irrationally angry. So I saw this headline that looks very cute. It said, Cubs Dansby Swanson gives wife Mallory the best birthday present. And I thought to myself, oh, was it something sentimental? Did he get her a house or like a new car? And then I read the article and it said, Dansby Swanson hit a home run on his wife's birthday. So you're telling me the birthday present was him doing his job, him hitting a home run and saying, this one's for you, baby. And her probably thinking, you mean you didn't get me anything? You make all of this money. And here I sit as not just a normal girl, but an absolute catch. His wife is on the U.S. women's national team for soccer. She's an absolute superstar in her own right. So you're telling me that the, quote, best birthday present ever is him hitting a home run when he's doing his job? This writer cannot be female. I don't know what this headline is.
I don't know, Chelsea. It says, quote, it was the perfect way to celebrate his wife's birthday. Like,
by doing his job?
Wow. Just imagine someone who had, like you were talking about, you said this during the break, like imagine an accountant being like, hey, I got one of my clients a refund today. Happy birthday. You mean you did your job today? You remain gainfully employed? Good. By the way, your job was on the line. You were batting 181. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that you hit a home run. It was the perfect way. I'm not going to call this writer by name, but dude, come on.
No.
But no.
It's not. It's
the
not
best
the PSA.
birthday present ever. Ever. You know, you could be like, celebrates his wife's birthday by hitting a home run. Okay, that's fine. This is the best birthday gift she's ever received. An Olympian.
I mean, what were the other birthdays like? Did she get nothing?
Spam? Nothing. Absolute nothing. Can of corn. Like, what in the world? Oh, my God. When I saw the headline that you put in the chat, I was like, oh, I wonder what this is. And that was even worse than I anticipated.
Yeah, like she's played in Olympics. She's played at the highest level of soccer. I'm sure she's eaten at all these nice restaurants, and she's probably enjoyed some of the finer things in life. But, oh, no. She gets a home run from her husband.
Yeah. He probably came home and made it worse. He's like, okay, listen, I didn't just hit you a home run. All right, let me grab it. It's a vacuum cleaner. You're like, you're making this worse. What are you doing? Stop everything that you're doing and start over. God.
It's a brand new scale. Now you can weigh yourself.
Yes. I got everything you ever wanted. Isn't this the best birthday ever? No. Good find. God.
Like, what's the worst present you think you could get somebody? Like, I think a scale's probably up there. A membership to a gym, even if it's well-meaning and the person is asking for it, do not do that. Do not dedicate a home run or something in your line of work. Like, hey, I just took us out of that break really cleanly. Jake, happy birthday.
Yeah. It's like my ex-wife used to pull this trick where she'd go, she's not listening. She would go, I have a surprise for you. I'll be like, oh, awesome. And then I get home. She's like, I got that dress I wanted. I'm like, awesome.
Thanks.
That's amazing. I'm so glad. So now I can wear it. Awesome. I'm so excited. This is trending so well. I'm like, this is not a surprise for me. It's a surprise for you. So I don't know. Yeah. It's amazing how people can frame things in different ways. Like, this is not a surprise for anybody. Dansby. It's not Dansby's fault. I mean, he's just doing his job.
Right.
But the writer, holy Lord.
So that's the same ex that ate a piece of your birthday cake, right? Like, I think I remember that story. Did
Yeah,
you have
I had
a cake.
I had a friend,
and he ate a piece.
a friend I had not heard from for a long time. I will not say her name. Sweetheart, great person, and she sent me like a cake for my randomly, like after like 3 or 4 years, and we were never involved. She was just and remains a very good friend of mine. It was just like I'm just gonna send him a cake just to say I'm thinking about you, happy birthday. And then I get home and I see like part of it's already eaten, and I'm like, I didn't even get to like look at this cake or enjoy it. Happy birthday! It's delicious. Great, I tasted it for you. Like, awesome. Sounds fantastic. Put on that dress that you got.
We need to hook up the writer of this article with your ex-wife.
Oh,
Made
seriously.
for each other.
Oh man, that's a match. Hey, there's someone for everyone. So maybe we just made a love connection here on the show.
Yes. Look at us. Super unselfish. Happy birthday. If it's your birthday, we just bless you with that little nugget of knowledge. All right. So let's switch gears to the MLB cards. See if we can bless you guys with some nuggets of winners when it comes to the slate. All right, Jenks. So first glance on the slate. I saw this one. I was like, Jenks is probably going to be back running it for the second time with the Braves. The Braves have Chris Sale throwing today, and they're facing the Rockies, who have a total of what? 4 wins this entire year. So Atlanta's minus 250. So obviously you'd probably have to take them on the run line. Chase Dollander gets the ball for the Rockies. He's 1-3 with a 7.91 ERA. So Jenks, are we going to run it back? Is it going to be the Braves on the run line once again for you, sir?
Yes. Now, Braves on the run line is minus 170. I found the Braves' first 5 run line is minus 160, which is still not great. I'm still playing it. Like, I don't care. It's worth the price. Chase Dollander, okay, in his last 3 starts, this is after 5 innings, down 2-0, 9-2, 5-0 in his last 3 starts. Rockies are the second worst team in the first 5 in all of baseball. That also holds true when they're playing at Coors Field. And, did I mention that he's facing Chris Sale? I will lay the juice with this number. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I feel like you got to add that one to the card. It's too big of a mismatch, and the Rockies have not proven that they deserve an argument here, especially when the pitching mismatch is this big. Because yesterday, the only reason I didn't add this to my card is because we didn't know who was pitching for the Braves at the time of doing the show. But now you know who's pitching. He's their ace. So I feel like this one's probably going to go on my card as well. Huge mismatch there. So speaking of mismatches, sometimes when I see these massive numbers, like I just don't really want to bet on it. So LA today, the Dodgers minus 295 against the Marlins. Total of 9.5. So it sounds like you'd have to take them on like the 2.5 run line. Jenks, when you see a number this big, do you look at the mismatch and say, hey, I've got to play this in some way? Or is there ever a time when you just step away and say, that's too expensive for me? No, thank you.
I think I do that. I would say this, and you know me, like I am definitely willing, especially for the purposes of this show. Like I don't mind laying a little juice here, but also I don't want too many of those bets on the card. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think what I would do is say, if you like one or the other and you're really convinced, go for it. But I don't want too big numbers on the card.
Yeah, and I think this is an important point to make too, because I know people love to parlay things when the juice is really high. I feel like baseball is not one of those sports you should do that, because we see this all the time. And this is why I'm kind of wary of playing those huge favorites, on a daily basis, because the worst team in baseball is fully capable of beating the best team in baseball. Like we see it all the time. There was, remember that series, the Dodgers and the Nationals? I'm not saying the Nationals are the worst team in baseball. I'm just saying that the Dodgers can be beaten. They have lost games this year. Maybe the Marlins are not good, but they're not as bad as the Rockies. Like, the Rockies are really the only team right now that I would, with confidence say that's not a team I want to bet any of my money on. So I think it's case specific. Okay, sometimes I see two pitchers and immediately my brain goes to the total. That was kind of the case when I saw the line for this Yankees and Orioles game. Carlos Carrasco, who has a 5.26 ERA, and Cade Povich, who we have faded on the show before, with a 5.04 ERA.
Oh, yeah.
The total's 9.5, Jenks. Do you believe in these offenses to score some runs?
I sure do. This will be the other bet on my card today. So I'm going to go with Braves first 5 run line, and I'm going to go with the over. It's 10 in some spots, but you can play it at 9.5 at BetMGM at -130. I'll look around to see if I can find maybe a cheaper price here, but man, everything points to another over here. First of all, Cookie Carrasco coming off a 5-inning shutout performance against the Blue Jays. Very nice. But in 2 road starts this season, he's 0-1 with an 8.64 ERA. Also, he is a righty, which is huge because we know the Orioles hit righties. They don't hit lefties. Like, they're worst in Major League Baseball against left-handed pitchers, but top 15 against right-handed pitchers. Cade Povich, great. Stellar against the Nats last time out. The Nationals are also ranked 24th in OPS. The Yankees are number 1, and the O's are 8-2-2 to the over when playing in Charm City. That is number 1 in baseball, so let's go over 9.5.
Yeah, I think there's 2 ways to play this. You either play the full game over and you need both teams to kind of contribute, or you just look at one side of the equation. Like, which of these offenses do you trust more? So obviously it's probably going to be the Yankees, a team that just put up a 15 spot yesterday on the Orioles. Maybe that's the sabotage factor because we see this sometimes in baseball. It's not, last night's result is not always indicative of what we'll see today, but like the Yankees offense is one of the best in baseball. Like, this is not a shock. We've heard all about the torpedo bats, but they're first in baseball in OPS. So top 5 in just about every statistical metric. So the other way to play this is a Yankees team total over 4.5. You can get that for -145. If you think the Yankees can score 5 runs, which I feel like they probably do, I think there's one of 2 ways to play this. Either the full game total or the Yankees team total. I think both of those are pretty solid plays. All right, Jenks, so I've kind of shoehorned you into some of the games that caught my eye. Free roll here. Is there a game that caught your attention that I haven't mentioned yet?
I will say that I'm very interested. Do I want to add this to the card? I think I might. Padres money line, -135. I mean, they got Michael King on the mound. Now, the Padres had not been hitting the ball. Like, they'd been in a slump where they were scoring just like 2 runs, 0 runs, 1 run. Finally broke out, scored 7 runs last night. But it's hard not to back Michael King here, who has given up a total of 5 runs over his last 30 2/3 innings. At home, he's 2-1 with a 1.25 ERA. Giants have some live bats, but I don't think they're going to be able to hit him. And again, the Padres bats finally came alive last night. I think it's a fair price on San Diego, especially at home. So let's go Pods on the money line.
I think it's interesting to the narrative of what we see with the Giants down the stretch. Because the Giants were a team that kind of surprised a lot of people in the first few weeks of the season. But the thing about baseball is that the cream eventually rises to the top. And sometimes we see these teams that don't have quite as much talent, they'll start to sink mid-season. So I think eventually the Padres have the better roster. Does it equate to a win today? I'm not sure. But I do think that's built into the price, is that, I think the odds makers are giving the Giants some benefit of the doubt here because they have been good. But eventually, over the course of the season, the Padres look like the better team. And for this game specifically, Michael King surely does look like the better starter. So I would, if I was playing this one, I'd be with you on San Diego. I'm not sure if it makes the card for me because I think I'm still a little afraid to fade the Giants here. Because again, they've surprised a lot of people, including me. So maybe I'm going to stay off of it. All right, so what about the Cubs game today? Cubs have been a wagon. Facing the Pirates today, Matthew Boyd is going for Chicago. Maybe not quite as good as, their starter yesterday, but still good numbers this year. 2-2, 2.54 ERA, but the Cubs are pretty pricey, -175. Is it worth a look on the run line, taking the Cubs today over the Pirates?
I think so. I mean, I would not play -175. That's when I sort of, even for me, I'm like, all right, that's enough. That's enough, Michael. You're good. But obviously, as we saw yesterday, when those Cubs bats get going. I mean, he was close early on with the Pirates, and then just over the course of the game, the Cubbies just took over. So I think the Cubs on the run line is probably the right play here. You can get yourself some plus money, and you've also got a huge pitching mismatch, at least based on the early returns, with Matthew Boyd going up against Carmen Bajenski. So, yeah, I go Cubs here. Run line. Let's do it.
Right, especially when these offenses are worlds apart. Like we mentioned this in the handicap yesterday because we were on the Cubs yesterday on the money line. But if you look at the Cubs, they're the second best OPS team in all of baseball. And you look at the Pirates, they're bottom 5 in every statistical category. So if you have a pitching mismatch, if you have 2 bullpens that are very different, and you have 2 offenses that are very different, I feel like you can make a good case for a run line bet, especially when you can get it at minus 105. So maybe that one's going on the card for me. All right, we have a minute left. Do you want to talk about this Nationals-Phillies game? The Phillies have been scraping by. I know some of their wins have been like entertaining, but for the prices that we have, like today they're minus 235. Are you on the Phillies in some way, or do you say, hey, you can get the Nationals on the reverse run line plus 1.5 for minus 110? Interested?
I think I'd do that. Yeah. Like, the Nationals are scrappy.
Yeah.
I mean, they really are. Like, they, they can be beaten, obviously, and they have a lot of weaknesses, but for minus 110 to stay within a run, and we saw that yesterday. It looked like the Phillies were going to run away with it, and the Nats were like, no. So, yeah.
Yeah, the Phillies bullpen needs work this early in the season. All right, coming up next, you know what doesn't need work? Our complaining skills. Some would say they're top notch. We're going to whine about it on a Wednesday next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It's a Whine About It Wednesday here on the Daily Tip. And I, for one, am very excited to have an entire segment dedicated to complaining. And I understand there are super positive people that say, you shouldn't complain. You should always be positive. But hear me out for a second. I do believe that complaining is a skill. When used properly, you can use it to your advantage because it can go one of two directions. Some people make an entire career out of complaining. It's stand-up comedy. It's people who are lobbyists on Capitol Hill, because what do? And in a sense, they're complaining about things. Some people do it for laughs, and other people do it to change things in the world. But on the opposite end, you have people who complain and who are not good at it, and it either gets you kicked out of a Texas Roadhouse or you find yourself you're because you keep complaining about day-to-day inconveniences, but you don't do it in an interesting way. So, Jenks, I feel like complaining is fine as long as you're either funny, interesting, or you have something behind it that you're rooting for, like a change, like on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, if you're actually advocating for some sort of meaningful change, then that complaint turns into something that is more serious and something that should be taken into account as opposed to something more flippant. But I don't mind. I feel like everyone needs to vent, and that's just part of human nature. But I'm with you where there's a difference between, hey, this is something that's bothering me, or here's a funny way to look at it, as opposed to let me just sit and just throw at you a litany of complaints for the next half hour while you have to listen, and they're all just like a dark cloud above you. Then it's like I want to be out of that orbit for a while,
Yeah, I feel like every episode of Seinfeld ever was just them complaining about stuff, was it not?
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. If you're an elite complainer and you're funny about it, like, you can make an entire career of it. Like, who's on the Mount Rushmore of, like, complaining? Is it all comedians? Is there, like, a Karen thrown in? Is there, like, a lobbyist thrown in? I'm trying to think. Because I think Jerry Seinfeld's pretty good. Like, it feels like that's his wheelhouse is, like, complaining about things. Because not all comedians complain, I suppose. But I feel like most of them do.
I feel like Larry David is probably top of the top. So it's not a surprise that he and Jerry Seinfeld have similar styles where they take minor annoyances and minor complaints and turn them into bits. I mean, if you've ever watched Curb, almost every episode is about this. Like, something that aggrieves him, he's upset about it, it turns into some sort of caper, and then there's a resolution or some sort of throwback at the end. So I feel like Larry David is the master of that, and he's always very funny about it.
I will say when it comes to, like, the sports angle on this, I think the NBA has, complaining in a chokehold. Like, don't we feel like the best complainers come from the NBA? Like, LeBron is probably on the Mount Rushmore of complaining to the referees. Like, we've talked about this before. When you accuse him of a foul, it looks like you've accused him of murder. Who, me?
What?
LeBron James?
Yeah.
Commit a foul? Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah. LeBron's gotten grief about that for years and years. He did that the other night. I think he got elbowed by, was it Rudy Gobert? And he was complaining to the officials about that, and they were jawing against each other. Oh, yeah. He's done that forever.
Oh, man. But some of the drama is what makes the NBA interesting. And I'll say this, the NBA reigns supreme when it comes to complaining about the officiating. Even though I'll say this, officiating, I think, makes the most difference in basketball. Obviously, you can feel like you can give away or take a game away in the final minutes or with whatever foul call you make. But, all right, let's get into it. It's Whine About It Wednesday, so we're going to pick a specific topic that's really grinding our gears today. And we're going to complain a little bit because that's what we felt like doing today. All right, so, Jenks, do you want to go first, sir? Do you want to bat lead off for our Whine About It Wednesday?
Sure. Every time I go into the dentist, I said this yesterday, like I was preparing myself for the assault of words from my hygienist. She's been working there forever. And I got away from her for a while. There's this really nice woman who her husband played like semi-pro football. And she was cordial. We had a nice conversation within reason because obviously they're working on your mouth so you can't even speak. But this other woman, oh, man, I was sitting in the waiting room yesterday and she comes in, Michael, and I saw her face. I was like, oh, God, here we go. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to reenact this conversation for you. And you just tell me when your eyes start to roll back in your head. Okay, here we go. So I sit down. How are you? I'm good. How about you? Oh, I'm doing good. I'm just so busy. My sons, they both play baseball. And I'm immediately just a how are you? And so I have an older one and a younger one. And of course, my husband and I are always trying to decide who should go to, which son's game. And so I was talking to my other son, and he's the younger son, and he's very sensitive. And he said that he really doesn't care whose game we go to. So we both went to my older son's game. But then my other son said to me, oh, I actually did care. So now I feel really bad. Now, I've only missed 2 games. Now, okay, I have missed 3 games in the past year. 3 games because we did go on that trip to Michigan with and I'm like, oh, my God. and then immediately after this story, which lasts at least like 10 minutes, because then she starts talking about other parents, transitions into, and this is the one I was like, now you're making me question your parenting skills. She was like, so anyway, I was talking about my older son. I was like, oh, yes. I'm like, we went to the doctor last year, went to the general practitioner, and you know what he asked my son, or he asked me? He said, does your son have a cardiologist? And my son's 12, and I thought it was such an odd question. So I sat on that for like a year. So this year when I go back, I'm going to ask, hey, why did you ask? I'm like, you waited a year to ask your general practitioner why your son might need a cardiologist? Like, that's the real issue here. This just went on and on and on. And so anyway, and it's just like there's a difference between someone talking with you and someone talking at you. And so she was just talking at me the entire time. So that is my complaint for today. Glad it's only every 6 months.
I feel like we always talk about like courses that should have been taught in high school as opposed to like algebra or like calculus. The art of a conversation, I think, should have been one of them. How to be a good listener, or maybe have a touch of self-awareness. Because isn't that the worst part of this story, is that she doesn't have the self-awareness to, number one, realize her story is very boring, or number two, that you can't talk back. Like, maybe she's doing it on purpose and saying, hey, this is free therapy for me. This guy can't say anything. I'm just going to unload. Or maybe she has zero self-awareness.
That's what it felt like. I'm just a free therapist here. And then don't even get me started on the heart murmur issue.
Don't even get me started.
Don't even get me started. So, okay, that's enough. You guys don't want to, because I can just keep going. Trust me. I was thinking about this, about our segment. I was like, oh, man, I'm going to have a good one for tomorrow.
Yeah, and that was recent. You were just at the dentist.
Yeah.
All right, Denton, get on in here, brother. It's time to complain. Open up the floodgates.
This segment idea so you could go into the dentist office being like, how can I frame this? How can I frame this into a
You nailed it.
All right, so my wife and I just recently moved, right? We have moved in together, and we have this very lovely 9-year-old dog. He's the best. We love him. And because of this new schedule, I often take him on walks in the afternoon just to get him outside. Yeah. And then usually we will meet my wife when she's coming back from work, metroing halfway, and we'll walk together, right? So I take him on a lot of walks now, and generally speaking, when he sees another dog, he's very friendly. He goes up, sniffs the dog butt for a little bit, sniffs the humans, keeps it moving, right? So like about a 25-second process. He just wants to say hello, and then he's like, all right, I'm done with you. And then he keeps it moving. Oftentimes, we will see people who maybe do not want their dogs to say hello. They have a reactive dog. They're training the dog. Maybe they just don't want to deal with me. Whatever. Right. But they take precautions. They might step onto the street. They might cross the street. They'll be like, or they'll let me know with some sort of sign like, hey, we prefer your dog to not come up to my dog. And I'm like, it's perfectly fine. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I don't want to make your dog uncomfortable. What is the absolute worst is when people have those kind of dogs that are reactive and do not respond well with other dogs. And then while they are on their walk, face buried in the phone.
Oh, God,
not paying attention. And then when my dog gets close, their dog starts yapping, barking up a storm, and they look at me as if I am the one that is doing the wrong in this scenario. I was like, no, you have your reactive dog, and you're not paying attention because you can't put your phone down for 10 to 15 minutes to spend some time with your dog. In fact, maybe you put your phone down, your dog would feel more loved and not be as angry all the time. So that happened to me yesterday. I was not thrilled about it. It was fresh on the mind. I had to get it off my chest.
That's a good one. Agreed. People buried in their phones, no self-awareness of their environment. Drive me crazy.
Well, this is the same thing with kids. The exact same with kids at the playground.
Yeah.
Like, there are parents who are buried in their phone, and meanwhile, their kid's being a troublemaker. And, they come over to me. They said, you yelled at my kid. Your kid was causing ruckus. Somebody had to parent the kid, and it wasn't you because you were looking at Facebook. So somebody had to do it. All right, I'm going to change mine because I feel like this one kind of parlays into the dog story. People who have dogs who will sexually violate you, and they just say, oh, he's just excited. He's just getting to know you. I have on a dress, and this dog has its nose up my butt for 15 seconds, which doesn't sound like a long amount of time, but 15 seconds with the dog's nose just sniffing you, and, it's not exactly a dry nose, because that's the thing. Like, I remember I had on brand new yoga pants from Lululemon. And they're very thin, and they show moisture. So this dog comes up and licks me for 15 seconds, and now I'm sitting there with wet marks, and it looks like I've peed my pants. Oh, he's just excited to see you. That's not a good enough excuse. Use a leash.
That sounds like the longest 15 seconds of your life. It's a good long time.
If it was a person, they'd be in jail. Right?
I'm trying to put that retriever behind bars. This guy has no boundaries whatsoever.
It's a predator.
Yeah, I got humped by Elizabeth Warren's dog once outside of Penn Quarter Sports Tavern in D.C. Oh, yeah. I was visiting her dog and said hello to her and her husband, and then all of a sudden I was like, but let me tell you something. That was like 2 or 3 seconds, and that ended. You going 15. Whew. Tell you what, it's a good long time, Chelsea.
Did she lie about the dog's breed? Have the joke with her.
She did not. She was very kind. She was a very sweet person, and that was a beautiful dog. It's just a dog I didn't want to have relations with. That's all.
I feel that, Jenks. I feel that. Sometimes you just don't want a sexual relationship with a dog. It's fine.
Fair.
And that wraps it up for Wine Up Wednesday, or Wine About It Wednesday. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip comes your way next after this on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we will get you caught up on everything NBA, including a look ahead to both games on the schedule tonight. That continues in 20 minutes when we dive into the Knicks and the Jets, maybe the Yankees, as we bring in Jake Asman, host on ESPN 880 AM in New York City. And then it's Donkster time along with our best bets in just 40 minutes. Hello to our audience on Stadium. If you're interested in watching us during our final hour, easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or stream us on the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, and Amazon Prime as well. Do you feel better after our whining Wednesday? Whine about it Wednesday? I feel a lot better all of a sudden.
It's funny how that exists, where if you have something that's on your chest, sometimes you need to get it off. And I don't know if you need to unload on a friend or on a therapist, to a blank wall or something, an inanimate object. It does feel better. So I think that people say this about like gossiping, that it's bad. But we had this rule on my swim team where it said, okay, you can gossip, but only to one person. Because, like, some girls just need to gossip. They need to get it out of their system. So you had one person and one person only that you could gossip to, but then it stops there. And I feel like it was one of the best rules we had on our team for combating female drama.
Oh, yes. That's actually a good rule. I've never heard that before. I like that, though. But what happens if that one person then gossips to another person and says, this is just one person, and that person says, I'm going to gossip to this person, but it's just one person? Can it spread that way?
No, because your person has to be, like, reciprocal. Like, so if you pick that person, you have to be their person as well. So it ends in that two-person pod.
Oh, so you're the secret keepers. Once you gossip, that's it.
Secret keepers.
The secret keepers. It was an oath they held sacred.
It's an oath they will bring to their grave. It was nothing that serious, but I feel like people do this in normal life as well, and usually it's your significant other. Is it not? Like, I gossip to Jake all the time because I know that he's not going to talk to the people that I talk to. Like, if I tell him stuff, number one, he probably doesn't care. Number two, he's not going to repeat it to people because he's just not a gossipy guy.
No, that's good. I mean, I think that's important, especially also, and I'm very aware of that because even if I hear something, I don't even hear something, this is going to come across the wrong way, but even when I'm talking about someone that I care about or another couple or friends, like, I'll keep it, I want to keep it more information based as opposed to, because I don't like the idea of all of a sudden just like spilling and gossiping about people that I know or people I care about. So even then I'm sort of aware of, maybe this is something that's going on. I hope they're okay, but I'm not going to lean into it and all of a sudden be this person who's totally different behind someone's back. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why I think, like, if you're with your significant other, it's a safe place.
Yeah.
And you can just say your thoughts out loud without judgment and without, like, knowing that they're going to get back to somebody. Because even if it's not coming from, like, a bad place, like I'll give you an example. People who I, like, don't really like their kid. Like, they're annoying kids.
Right.
Like, we know this. Like, if you are a parent, you don't have to like all kids. But I am never, ever going to say that to a parent because I know what it feels to, like, have a kid, and that's, like, your pride and joy. I will never say that to their face, but I need to get it off my chest sometimes. Sometimes kids be annoying.
No question about that. Sometimes you're like, that kid, oh my God. Like, I mean, you just need to, like, corral your kid for a second. Like, why is he sitting at our table and your parents are across the room at the restaurant? Like, maybe come get this child. Well, we're going to talk about the NBA and look at tonight's games. Before that, we do have a really feel-good story here regarding Nate Robinson, former NBA player, played 11 years in the NBA, 3-time slam dunk contest winner. I was not aware that he's been looking for a kidney for 4 years and finally received a transplant earlier this year that saved his life. And this is from a donor, a man that he had never met before, named Shane Cleveland, who decided to donate his kidney. They didn't even meet until after the donation, the transplant had taken place. And so there was a whole video about Nate Robinson talking about his second chance at life and a stranger that had lent him his kidney, because you can live with one kidney. I have one kidney. I mean, it can be done. And so this was really inspiring and very emotional to hear Nate Robinson hear about the kindness of a stranger and also about now a new life that he has.
Oh, absolutely. Like, this is one of the best gifts that you can give somebody else, is the gift of, a second lease on life. Mm-hmm. And usually we see this with people who are no longer living. Like, I think that's the greatest part of this story, is that they got to meet. And they got to have that emotional connection, and he got to say thank you in person and really show his gratitude. Because we see this with like heart transplant people, where it's like the family of the person who had the heart and passed away, and then they give life to another person. And as much of a connection as they feel with that person, they'll never get to say thank you. So I think that was the best part of this video, is seeing like the human connection between these two strangers that kind of prove that like pure kindness does exist. Like, because that's what this is, right? If it's the goodness of your heart or your kidney or your liver, whatever, and you give it to somebody you don't know and they get to live longer because of it, like, that's the ultimate gift.
Yeah, absolutely. Gift of life, and good on Nate. Glad he's doing better, and the recovery prognosis is all good. So that's a great feel-good story from the NBA. A not-so-feel-good story, depending on how you look at it, came at the end of last night's game between the Pacers and the Bucks. Now, the Pacers had that incredible run in overtime, scored the last 8 unanswered points to win 119-118. So the Bucks covered the spread, 7 and a hook, but it is the Pacers that are now moving on in the playoffs, and they're going to face the Cavaliers, game 1 of the Eastern Conference semis on Friday night. But after the game, did you see Tyrese Halliburton's dad come out acting like a total moron? So he runs onto the court, and he's got a towel, a large towel with his son's face on it, and he gets in Giannis's face and starts flashing this towel in front of Giannis's face and talking smack to Giannis like he was on the court or something. Like Tyrese Halliburton's dad was part of this victory, and yelling F-bombs, according to Giannis. And Giannis got in his face, and then they had to be separated. And then when it was over, they asked Giannis about it, and they said, listen, he said, I don't understand this lack of sportsmanship. Like, I've won a championship. You haven't won a championship. And also, I have a lot of respect for Tyrese Halliburton. He's a great competitor. This was a hard series. But for his dad to come onto the court and start saying, F you, this is what we do, F that, F you, that's crossing a line. And I have to say, I agree with Giannis here. Like, smack talk is a part of the game, for sure. But just because your son or your daughter, whomever it is a part of a victory doesn't give you the right to come on the court or field or whatever and start getting in someone's face, especially when you had nothing to do with the win. So I think Giannis is right here.
Yeah, he's absolutely in the right. Like, what is Halliburton's dad doing? Like, go celebrate with your team that won. Like, he goes out of his way to go up to Giannis, who we need to bring back shame and, like, fear. I feel like there is a solution to all of this, and I think it's this. People should be allowed to punch one person in the face per year with no consequences. You get one per year, so use it wisely. But wouldn't this eliminate a lot of problems? Like, yeah. I don't think people will be talking to athletes like this because, like, look at how big Giannis is. He's the Greek freak, for crying out loud. This is the guy that you want to pick on? What are you doing? I feel like he should be able to punch him in the face here. We need to bring that back or make that a rule.
Chelsea, I'm glad you bring that up because I saw a video of this on Twitter, and you could see that thought process go through Giannis's head. As the dad approaches him, he's looking at him, he's like, do I go after him? What impact is that going to have on me if I start swinging on this? Because I believe at the point, he just thought he was a random fan.
Yeah.
Like, he did not know he was Tyrese Halliburton's dad, but you could see that thought process go through. It's like, if I swing on him, he's going down for sure.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's a good point. It was like that wide shot, maybe. And you can see like Halliburton's dad run on the court. It's like, what are you doing? Like, clearly instigating. That's the thing, and so he clearly made a beeline for Giannis trying to get in his face. So at some point, some guy's going to get a beat down, and then maybe that will stop. But Tyrese Halliburton's father was close to getting one last night. Giannis held himself back for sure.
Well, it's not the NBA Finals. Like, what's he going to do next series? Like, it's just, they're going to meet their match. Like, people like that will always get shut up by, their next opponent or somebody down the line, because there's always going to be somebody bigger than you, stronger than you, faster than you, or a team that's going to beat your son in a series. So it's just, and here's the other bottom line. You don't want to become the story if your son is the one that deserves the spotlight. We see this with other athletes, like Patrick Mahomes' dad at the Super Bowl. Like, I don't know if that was like a planned stunt or whatever. Remember when he was like fighting with John Rocker or something?
Oh, yeah.
Don't become the sideshow. Let your son have his moment and stay on the sidelines, literally.
No, it's true. And Tyrese Halliburton was the one who hit the game-winning layup last night. So let your son have his moment instead of acting like taking that glory from him and acting like you're the reason for it. Yeah, it's your son, but you weren't the guy on the court. Tonight we have a couple matchups. Warriors, Rockets. Let's start with this game. And we have T-Wolves and Lakers as well. We can go either one. In fact, I'll put it out to you that way. We have the Rockets laying 4.5. Total set at 203 and a hook. And then we have the Lakers laying 5.5. Total set at 209 and a hook. So the T-Wolves lead their series against LA 3-1. The Warriors lead their series against Houston 3-1. Do you have a particular pick or one that you're leaning toward here?
Here's my catch-all response. Don't both of these lines look a little fishy? Mm-hmm. Like, how many squares are sitting out there saying, and not even squares, people who recognize the greatness of Steph Curry. How many people are sitting there saying, the Warriors getting 4.5 points now that Jimmy Butler is back in the fold? What are we doing here? And then people who have eyeballs who have been watching this series between the Lakers and the Timberwolves saying, the Timberwolves getting 5.5 points against a Lakers team that has no depth. And the only time we've seen the Lakers win, and in this situation, I might add, when they were laying 5.5 points, is when the Timberwolves only made 5 3-pointers and shot 37% from the field. Do we see that happening again? So, Jenks, which of these lines look fishier to you, or is this going to take you off betting either of these games? Because maybe there's a signal here that I'm just not seeing.
No, I'm just mad. I think we may have discovered like a bad number yesterday with the playoff Jimmy points prop. I'm telling you, it was 18.5 yesterday, juiced to the over at -125. Now it's over 20, like -120, -130, depending on where you get it. But you can't find that number anywhere now. I found it yesterday, put a sprinkle on it yesterday, but now I can't even bet it for the purposes of this show. Like, remember the time we found that Tom Brady number on the board and we emailed a book about it and they took it off because they're like, oh, bad number. Remember that back in the day? They had Tom Brady like MVP for like 50-1 before we knew whether or not he was coming back. We're like, yeah, let's put some money on that right now. And they were like, boop, gone. So I don't think it's that extreme, but you just can't get that value any longer. But I will say this, even at 20 and a hook, Jimmy Butler has gone over this number in 6 of his last 7 games. That includes every playoff game and the last 3 games of the regular season, except for the 1 game in which he got injured. And I know you might think, okay, well, maybe he won't play a lot because he's banged up. He played 40 minutes in the previous game. So he's had extra time to rest now, and the Warriors have continued to lean on him throughout the playoffs. I guess you have to worry about Steph Curry maybe going off because his points prop is sitting at 26 on the hook. And that's been a valuable play as well, Chelsea, that I know you've been on.
Yeah, because it's these 2 guys. These are the guys that are going to carry the squad, especially a Warriors team that doesn't have like a ton of depth. But if you do want to play Jimmy Butler, BetMGM has 20-plus points at -118. So if you liked it at 18.5, essentially it's just a point more. And we know Jimmy Butler can go over this. Steph Curry can have a big game as well, and Jimmy Butler can still hit this number. So I think it's still playable, Jenks.
Okay, maybe it is. I mean, that means we're on the right side of it if we saw it early, or maybe it's just a really public play. That could be that as well. I will also say I I like the Timberwolves outright tonight. I really do. I want to see how the Lakers' depth holds up, and 5.5, just like you were saying, just seems like a really fishy line.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially when points are at a premium. Like, this has been a really physical series. The total's really low, so 5.5 points. Again, I don't think the T-Wolves are going to go cold from the three-point line. Again, I'll take the T-Wolves and the points.
Yeah, I will too. Well, let's see what happens. We were hot on the NBA for a while. Not our best night last night, but we can always rebound this evening. Coming up next on the show, we'll talk a little more NBA, ask about the Knicks, and all things New York when we bring in Jake Asman. He is host on ESPN 880 AM, and he's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Wednesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we're going to talk a little New York sports and the New York Knicks as well. Jake Asman from ESPN 880 AM New York will be here shortly. We are working to get him in and get his audio tuned up and ready to go. How have you felt so far about the NBA playoffs? I feel like I've been sort of meh. I mean, I've been into them, but not into them. And I think it's because you've really had to sort of pick and choose the series that are interesting to you. Maybe I've just been disenchanted by the blowouts that I saw from the Cavaliers Heat or the Celtics and the Magic. But ultimately, we've seen a good series or a competitive series between the Clippers and the Nuggets. And now I think is when the NBA playoffs really start to take shape and take hold.
Yeah, I think it's just difficult because a lot of the good games are on the West Coast. And obviously, if it's a work night, we can't stay up and watch those games. So I think that there's an added layer to it because we have seen some good matchups. And I do think it's great basketball. We have seen some high-level basketball and a lot of low-scoring matchups that, like, think about these totals, Jenks. Totals in the 200s. This is not what you see during the regular season.
Yeah.
So all those people who've been complaining about, where's the defense in the NBA? You're finally getting it in the postseason.
Yes, and I'm one of those old school guys. Like, I'm always complaining about lack of defense, but it's not necessarily that I want to see lower scoring games. I just want to see complete games. Do you know what I mean? Like, when you see a great defensive play, to me, oftentimes that's just as exciting as a three-point shot. We live in a time now where, of course, long-range bombs are a part of the sport, and I get that, but I like to see more complete basketball where on both sides of the court you have teams really stepping it up, and we tend to see that more in half for the past couple of postseasons. The question, if you're the New York Knicks, is if you can keep that going against the Detroit Pistons now that we're going to get a Game 6 in Motown. And to talk about that and more, we bring in Jake Asman. He is host of the Jake Asman Show on YouTube, also host on ESPN 880 AM in New York. Jake, good morning to you, and let me start by asking you about what you saw last night from the Knicks and the Pistons, who are, this is a 14-win team a year ago, but this has been a fight.
It really has been. Every game has been really competitive. Every game has seemingly come down to who plays best over the last few minutes in the fourth quarter. Last night was no different. I mean, the Knicks had an opportunity to put them away. They had the lead at halftime. And just like all these games prior, they come out in the third quarter and they allowed Detroit to get back in the game, get the lead. And instead of the usual Jalen Brunson's able to be, Superman and then will them to a win in the fourth, last night, he struggled offensively at times. There was no rhythm for the Knicks offensively. We give credit to Detroit for how well they played defensively, but the Knicks squandered a golden opportunity to win this series in 5, get some extra rest, try and get healthy, because they're going to be a big underdog even if now they do advance and take on a Boston team that is going to rest and do everything that I thought the Knicks needed to do to have a chance. So it's a real tough loss. I still think the Knicks are in okay shape as far as, hey, you need to just win one of the next two and you're moving on. But that's a big, big loss last night for a team that, at the bare minimum, is fancying themselves as a team that could push Boston next round. Now they got to worry about just getting out of the first round before you can think about that.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a tougher series than I think a lot of people expected. What do you think the high-end potential is, though, for the Knicks? Because I feel like when the Knicks are bringing their A game and they're playing their best brand of basketball, like, this series shouldn't have been a problem. But that's been the question for the Knicks. It feels like all season long. Feels like they've been a little inconsistent. But what do you think the high-end potential is? Do you think they can contend with the Celtics if they get out of the series?
Yeah, it's a great question because, you look at the expectations coming into the year and even how the Knicks played in the regular season. I mean, record-wise, they had a top 5 record in the NBA. The problem is when they have played Boston this season, when they have played Cleveland this season, outside of maybe one or two of the games, it has not been competitive in the fourth quarter. They've been beat. So while the Knicks are a good team, and if you grew up a Knicks fan like I have and most of your life they've been terrible, there's nothing to, you shouldn't be looking down on back-to-back 50-win seasons and having a legit superstar in Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. All that is great, but the expectations for the Knicks after they acquired Cat, after they traded 5 first-round picks to get Mikal Bridges to be that missing piece to the lineup with Brunson and Hart and the Villanova Knicks and all that, was so that you could at least get to a conference finals. They've been in the second round for the last 2 years, and now, once again, they got to get out of the first round first. I don't want to discredit Detroit, but the expectations were they were going to push Boston in a conference finals, and it doesn't feel like they're able to do that. So I guess the ceiling is still they could because of the talent, but they just have not consistently shown the ability to do that. And we've even seen that in this series against a Pistons team that's scrappy, but night to night outside of Cade Cunningham, you don't know where they're getting their second leading scorer from. For the Knicks, you know where that's coming from, and it just hasn't been good enough collectively for them to really knock Detroit out early and once again be the dominant team. And that's been an issue, Chelsea, all season for them at times.
Jake, is it too much to say that the Knicks are hampered somewhat by injuries, or is that an excuse? I mean, we see it with Jalen Brunson almost every game where he has to leave for a little bit. Even last night, he's either tweaking, an ankle, a knee or something, or or in your mind, that's playoff basketball?
I think it's a combination of it's playoff basketball and also, there's no doubt that Brunson is clearly playing through some stuff. I mean, anytime Josh Hart, by the way, who had to leave the game briefly in the fourth quarter, comes out, it's serious because that guy plays through anything. I mean, last year everyone was talking about the fact that he was essentially playing all 48 minutes out of necessity because the Knicks did have so many injuries a season ago to so many of their core players. This year, I mean, look, the Knicks came into the playoffs pretty healthy. I mean, Mitchell Robinson missed most of the year, their backup center, who had a huge night last night on both ends of the floor. They came in healthy, so it's playoff basketball. I think the refs have definitely let them play more than most of us anticipated in this series. It's been kind of like a throwback style series with the physicality, but the injury stuff, it's not an excuse. Brunson, I'm sure, is clearly not 100%, but until last night he had scored over 30 in every game. So I don't think the Knicks can use that as an excuse. They have just been at times outplayed. I've said this on my show before. They played with their food a little bit because talent-wise it shouldn't be that close. But the way that the Knicks have been outscored and dominated in the third quarter has been the difference in this series. And, after the game last night, Mikal Bridges is saying maybe we got to do layup lines or something at halftime so we're moving and we can come out and actually, not, for lack of a better word, not just be flat at the start of these third quarters because it's killed them. And just asking Brunson or Cat to basically carry you down the stretch in the fourth, well, it could happen, and it has happened in 4 of these 5 games. It's not sustainable. So they're banged up, but Detroit's got some injuries as well, so it's not a legitimate excuse to talk about injuries.
Yeah, so what's the confidence level heading into game 6? Because we've seen this story before. If you kind of let an underdog survive around in the fight and stick around a little bit too long, sometimes the momentum turns. So how big is this game 6, and what's your confidence level for New York?
I still think the Knicks will find a way to win one of the next 2, but I don't know if they're going to do it in Detroit now. I feel like this could be going back to the Garden. I believe Game 7 would be on Saturday. I mean, Detroit has lost 10 straight home playoff games dating back years, and I'm someone, when I hear that, I go, well, eventually they're going to win one, right? So, you put yourself in a spot where eventually Detroit is going to break through. They're going to win one of these games. I mean, look, the Knicks have been a very good road team this year, and they obviously went into Detroit, and it was close. Both games, I mean, if you combine the point differential, it was 3 points. But, I think the Knicks, it wouldn't shock me if they won Game 6, but I think we're going back to the Garden, and I think there's going to be a Game 7 in this series.
We're talking with Jake Asman. He is host of the Jake Asman Show on YouTube, also host on ESPN 880 AM in New York. I wanted to ask you about the Jets. So the Jets, as you know, I mean, you have a sweet background there, by the way. So I know you obviously, it's really sharp looking. And this is a team that, as you know, went from a dark horse Super Bowl contender, perhaps with Aaron Rodgers. Now they're a 5-win team. Can they really win with Justin Fields, or is this part of a sort of an ongoing rebuild?
Yeah, look, I mean, they're saying the right things in regards to Justin Fields. The comparison has been made, hey, look what Sam Darnold did. Look what Baker Mayfield did. Talented quarterback, needs the right coaching, needs the right environment to basically tap into that potential. I just, as a long-suffering Jet fan, find it hard to believe that the Jets are going to be the team to unlock the talent level of a quarterback, so I'm certainly skeptical. That said, I mean, you look at the roster, there's clearly talent on this team. They should have won more than 5 games last year, despite how big of a nightmare it was from the coach being fired in season and everything that went down. I mean, their kicker alone, who was the most accurate kicker in football 2 years ago, Greg Zuerlein, 35 at 38, probably missed he did. He missed more kicks than any kicker in the NFL before he was finally cut. That probably cost him conservatively 2 to 3 games just off of that. Plus, you factor in just how the defense imploded when Robert Saleh got fired, only 5 games in, and how big of a mistake in hindsight that was. There's still a lot of talent on this team. They're going to run the ball a lot with Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis, and, of course, Justin Fields. On paper, they have a really good offensive line, probably the most talented O-line they've had in about 15 years since the last time this team was any good with Rex Ryan as their head coach. So there's some pieces to like, but until I see it from Justin Fields, it's tough to think that the Jets are going to be a team that's going to really challenge for a playoff spot in the AFC. I think they're better than the 5.5 win total, but not necessarily by much because there's still such a giant unknown with any first-time head coach, first-time offensive play caller. And until we see it from Justin Fields, the way I describe him is he's a game manager that can run, which you can win games with if everything around him is really good, like we saw in Pittsburgh when he was 4-2 until they pulled the plug to go back to Russell Wilson. So long answer to your question there, but I think they'll be better. I just have doubts on just how good they're going to be in the AFC.
How's the fan base feeling for the Jets? Because sometimes it can be, fun and interesting to listen to some like I Bet the callers and the fans that talk to you about the Jets. But from an outside perspective, I would say I need this franchise to prove it to me before I believe in them as winners.
Sure.
Do the fans feel this way?
I think a lot of them do. And it's been a very interesting offseason because usually, Jet fans, this is our time, right? We're all excited. Can't wait. Here we go. Offseason champs. And it's been the total opposite, right? I mean, the fan base was very split on whether or not the team should bring back Aaron Rodgers for a year. So much of the blame of last year's put on him. Well, you look at what he did ultimately. 28 touchdowns. He got better as the year went on. The Jets led the NFL in blown fourth-quarter leads. I mean, you can't have the lead in the fourth quarter if you don't have some talent to get you the lead in the first place, right? It was the defense collapsing in so many of these games or the kicking situation that I discussed. You had a divide there. And look, as much as, we all loved Aaron Glenn as a player before Darrelle Revis, Aaron Glenn was the best cornerback in Jets history. The fact of the matter is he's another first-time defensive coach, and you just never know with any first-time head coach. They tried it with Todd Bowles. They tried it, of course, with Robert Saleh most recently. You go all the way back to, other than, I guess, Adam Gase, the last time the New York Jets, and he never should have been hired in the first place, but I digress. But other than Gase, you go back in the last 25-year history of the Jets, since Bill Parcells, the Jets have always had first-time head coaches with a defensive background, and it's worked at times, right? Rex Ryan goes to the championship game twice. Genie and Herm went to the playoffs, but it has not been anything kind of different, and a lot of the fan base wanted someone maybe with experience there. So there's a divide there, and they didn't do a whole lot in the offseason. They signed a lot of guys to one-year deals. Fields is the big name only because he's a quarterback, but we'll see. I think they're trying to fly under the radar. There's, once again, existing talent on this team, but the fan base is definitely at a point, Chelsea, where it's like, hey, show us, because we have bought in so many times believing it's finally going to be different, and this fan base is so great and still so passionate, and they just have not come close to living up to any expectations that outsiders and their own fans have had. So it's definitely a, hey, let's win some games, and then we'll really start to believe. And they'll rally around Aaron Glenn, who wanted this job, called it his dream job. It's just not really him. It's just the fact he's another defensive-minded coach who's never been a head coach before stepping into that role.
No question Jets fans have earned it with their patience. He is host of the Jake Asman Show on YouTube, also host on ESPN 880 AM in New York, covering the Jets, Knicks, and Yankees. It is Jake Asman. Jake, great stuff, and thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you guys having me.
You bet. I want the Jets to win. Come on. Nobody wants to be a perpetual punching bag. But they do have some work to do, and I think ultimately, we didn't have time to ask him this, but Woody Johnson has to sort of change the way he manages and owns that franchise. And he admitted as much during the offseason. The question is whether he actually goes through with that.
Yeah, I think that's the tough part. When you have leadership that you don't believe in, that's not a company, a franchise, or a sports team but I want it back. Like when the top of the company's not good, like usually that is a good precursor to failure. Is it not? Like there's so many teams in the NFL where you don't believe in their ownership. Look at Cleveland. Do you want to trust their ownership? I don't. So you need to prove it to me. And I feel like a lot of people feel the same way.
Oh, no question. We experienced it here in D.C. where it was just, 2 decades of like what is going on. And in a couple seasons, it's like completely different. And it starts from the top down. Franchise quarterback helps as well. Coming up next on the show, we had a big card on Tuesday. Are we willing to do it all over again? Find out next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Wednesday. We're halfway there. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. We have best bets coming your way shortly. I see Chelsea working feverishly right now, trying to figure out what she's going to bet on tonight. Oh, Chelsea, I'm getting fired up. Drinks with the dentist today. 4 p.m. Be there. What if I, the entire time, just talked about dentistry and my teeth? I probably never want to hang out again. He's talking to me about life. I'm like, hey, quick question. Molar care. Like, how do I really get back there and prevent some of, that gingivitis that can be real nasty? He'd be like, oh, I regret this immediately. I'm very curious as to what we're going to talk about. I think it's going to be life advice, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Like, what do you guys really have in common? Because I think people default to what the person does for a living when it comes to questions when they don't know anything else about said person. But it sounds, by context clues, that this guy wants to vent about his divorce. So is that what you guys are going to talk about?
I think he just wants to, which I understand. Well, my ex used to go to him as well, so she knows him and then saw that separation take place and sees me now like in a different place. And I think what he wants, it's not a gossip thing. I think he wants to know how to maneuver it because that's a very tricky thing when you get older, right?
Legally.
And, well, maybe legal. I mean, hopefully, I'm no expert. I think, but honestly, like at especially as you get older, any sort of huge event, right? Whether it's whether it's losing a job, whatever it may be, life comes at you in different ways. And whenever it hits you, you certainly like to lean on or would like to have someone you can at least talk to who can relate, who can maybe say, well, this is what I experienced. Maybe this would help you. Or sometimes I think more than anything, you just kind of want an ear to sort of say, hey, I know you'll understand,
Yeah, I think we all need that. We all need to talk to people who are going through similar things. And I think this is why a lot of people are friends with people they work with, because you have something in common and you need somebody who has been in that situation and say, hey, I need to vent about something at work. So it's nice as opposed to just using your significant other constantly to vent about people that they don't know, So I think that's probably what you're going to talk about. That, or, you could get all of your dental questions answered. I don't know how many dental questions I have, though. Like, I'm not generally interested in dentistry.
No, me neither. Oh, my God. Should I go with an electric or a manual brush? I mean, I just can't. Which one should I go with? I don't know. No, I know. I'm sure it'll be fine. And also, thank goodness, I don't think he wants to stay that long. It's nothing against him personally, but I don't want to stay out tonight for like 3 hours. Do you know what I mean? I just want to have a couple drinks, get to know each other, have a nice, pleasant evening, and then go about my merry way. But I'll keep you guys updated. I'm sure it's going to be just fine. Also, I like your card. I saw you with the Cubs run line. I'm going with that as well. Just let's get a right side today. Enough of this NBA nonsense. Are you done with the NBA totally now?
No, there's just only 2 games tonight. Like, I have leans in the NBA. It feels like I'm playing with house money. Like, we've been so right on our NBA bets for the most part that I'm just like waiting for the other shoe to drop. So regression will happen eventually. So I'm kind of playing it safe by not playing anything.
I don't blame you. Well, no need to leave us behind because right after this show, Joe, O, and Sammy P are going to keep things going on this Wednesday. They will react to last night's playoff action and preview tonight's games in the NBA and the National Hockey League as well. Eric Kratz of USA Baseball will join the show at 11. And how about this? At 11:20, longtime center Eddie Olczyk joins the show to talk about the Stanley Cup playoffs. All right, the bets are in. Here we go.
Time to place your bets.
I was thinking about this one earlier, and when I saw you put it in, I'm like, you know what? If Chelsea likes it, I like it as well. So tell us what this winner is.
Hell yeah. Chalk it up to peer pressure, baby. All right, so I'm looking at one of the biggest mismatches on the board today, and I believe it's the Cubs and the Pirates game. So I'm going to take the Cubs on the run line, -105. On the road at Pittsburgh today, they've got Matthew Boyd pitching today for the Cubbies, 2.54 ERA. And I think for me, this is more to do with the offenses because the Cubs offense has been one of the fun surprises of baseball this year. They have the second best OPS in major leagues. Meanwhile, you look at the Pirates, they're bottom 5 in just about every statistical metric. We saw that yesterday. Easy, we were on the Cubs. So I know it's not showed on the mound, but still, I think the bats will do the talking in this one. Let's hope the Cubbies can stay hot here, and let's trust their bats a little bit more. Take them on the run line at -105.
Love it. That's the play. Now, are you willing to lay the juice when you fade the Rockies? Because I am in the first 5. Let's do. I mean, come on, guys. Rockies stink. They stink. Braves' first 5 run line is -160. Here's the thing. You got Chris Sale going up against Chase Dollander. Now, this is Chase Dollander over his last 3 starts. After 5 innings, down 2-0, down 9-2, down 5-0. And also the first 5 metrics are there to reinforce this bet. Rockies are the second worst team in all of baseball in the first 5. I also switched that up and looked at that metric at Coors Field. It's the same. Even in the high altitude, second worst team in the first 5. Bad team all around. And they also have to face Chris Sale today, who finally looks like he is putting it all together after a bit of a touch-and-go start to the season. So Braves' first 5 run line is -160.
Yeah, it's an easy sell for me. One guy has won a Cy Young. The other side of the coin has won 4 games this year.
Yes.
4 games. The Rockies have won 4 games. So I'll be with you on that bet. A lot of baseball for us today. That Braves first 5 run line going to be on my card as well. And then I'm playing a version of what you're playing as well, but a little different. I'm going to do Yankees team total over 4.5 for -140. This is not a difficult handicap. The Yankees have the best OPS in all of baseball right now. Scored 15 runs on the Orioles just yesterday, and the Orioles had to use a ton of pitchers, including Charlie Morton coming out of the bullpen. So it feels like their arms are worn thin. And plus, they've got Cade Povich starting today, who is not one of their best starters. He has a 5.04 ERA. Last year had a 5.2 ERA and went 3-9. So it feels like we're going to see a lot of runs scored in this one. So let's continue to bank on those Yankees bats. Let's go over their team total of 4.5 for -140 to close out the card for me.
Yeah, I have a similar bet. So I love that as well. I think you can play this either way. Maybe you play them both. Who knows if you're feeling it. I think we see a lot of runs today at Camden Yards. And so I'm going to go over 9.5. It's -130. We're seeing this at 10 in some spots. So opened up at 9, up a full run already. And I think we're going to see, not necessarily yesterday's game, but we've seen a lot of runs in Baltimore this season. In fact, the Orioles are the number 1 over team in baseball when playing in Baltimore. And Cookie Carrasco, I mean, he's coming off 5 shutout innings against the Blue Jays last time out, but also on the road this season over 2 starts. He's 0-1, 8.64 ERA. And this is one of those angles that you have to really watch out for when playing the Orioles. Against left-handed pitching, they are terrible. Their splits, it's remarkable. They just cannot hit lefties, but against righties, all of a sudden, they're a top 15 team, average OPS slugging. And you mentioned Cade Povich. Yeah, he was good against the Nationals last time out. The Nationals were 24th in OPS, the Yankees number 1. So again, Orioles tend to go over when they play in Baltimore. I think we see a similar result as yesterday. So let's go over 9.5. It's -135 in Charm City. So very similar place, Chelsea.
It's game tracker season. We're going to have that app locked and loaded today. A lot of refreshing.
Man, I even did the NBA app yesterday as well. Mainly the MLB app. But then I also signed up for the NBA app. I was going back and forth before bed. And I finally was like, dude, this season, I'm already getting worn out with these apps. I just need to log off, watch the game, or wake up in the morning. All right, we will talk to, I believe, Joe O from BetSweats here in just moments. But first, we have to check in with the other sort of host on this show, the Donkster. He's right here. He's got the microphone. He's ready to go. Donkster, what's on your mind, and good morning.
No, good morning.
Oh, Donkster, what's wrong?
Well, I was just violated by the same dog that violated Chelsea. And she was right. It was not a pleasant experience.
Oh, well.
That's the most action you've gotten in a while. Actually.
Yeah. Yeah, how do you know it was the same dog, by the way?
Because I was wearing my Lululemon pants and you went right after them.
Oh. How long did it take place? Yeah.
Probably about 35 or 45 seconds.
Wow. Dogster, that's a long time. Why didn't you run away?
Dad, I'm a donkey. I'm slow.
Oh, well, okay. That makes sense. Let's get your bet.
T-Wolves plus 5.5 facing Kurt Rambis and the Lakers.
Oh.
Sort of. I guess he's on the T-Wolves. What is going on Bet Sweats today? We got Joe O in the house, Joe Ostrowski, our guy. Joe, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. Nobody wears the glasses anymore, like Kurt Rambis.
I know. It's old school.
We need to bring that back. Yeah, we definitely do. So you're not having a dental appointment. You're just going out to dinner with the dentist?
Well,
drinks.
Or drinks.
We're going to have drinks. Well, if things go well. Who knows? I'm not married yet. No, a few months ago. Yeah, he mentioned to me like a few months ago, like, we should just do drinks sometime. I was like, yeah, sure. Send me a text. And then, sure enough, like a month ago, I randomly got a text from him saying, we should do drinks. So I put it off the past couple times. I've been busy, but today's the big day.
Okay. I'm nervous for you.
Thank you. I gotta wear my best top.
You're a bit nervous to make the first move, I know, from time to time.
Yeah,
no, but
true.
He probably wants to talk about some things, because what is annoying is when the dentist asks you questions when you're in the chair, and you're trying to answer, and you guys are right. They always ask about your job, and they pretend like they're interested, and I can't answer. There's no saliva in my mouth right now. I'm really annoyed. Don't want to be here, but it's tough.
It's also gross. Like, can we just sit here for a while?
Just spit on the side of your mouth.
This is the one time I'd actually rather just stare mindlessly and watch The View, for like the only time, once every 6 months.
Exactly.
Joe, thanks very much. Have a great show.
Yes.
That's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for being with us on this Wednesday. Hope you have a great day. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. See you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Halliburton against Giannis. Halliburton, 3 seconds, puts it in. He put it in. 1 3/10.
There's no timeout.
No timeouts for the Bucks. Giannis to inbound.
Not happening.
Here's Trent.
Great victory for these guys. What a heck of a victory.
Tatum, shot clock off, 3 seconds. Tatum takes one way, goes the other way, and throws it down. With 0.8 of a second to go, Tatum with an exclamation mark.
Pistons back in front by 10. High screen, Robinson. Brunson splits defenders, leaves it for Hart. G9 by Duran.
How about this? Tough shot. Jamal Murray gets to the paint. Fadeaway jumper. Over the trees. Denver's got him rowdy again. And Jamal Murray has a 40-piece in Game 5.
8, count 'em 8 NBA NHL playoff games last night. A ton to keep up with. We're going to break it all down here on Bet Sweats over the next 3 hours and take a look ahead to this evening. We also have power rankings because it's a Wednesday. NBA playoff closers. This was very challenging. A lot of all-time great players that we've watched that were not able to make the list because there's just not enough spots. So we'll get to that as well. Final hour of the show, a couple of great guests. We've got Eddie Olczyk to break down the Stanley Cup playoffs and, of course, the Kentucky Derby coming up on Saturday. And then Eric Kratz from Foul Territory to talk some Major League Baseball. How you feeling, Sammy?
Feeling good. Celtics got me home. LA Kings did not. Split it up. Good day of sports last night. A lot of good gamble. A lot of good lines. That Nuggets and Clippers game, by the way, 208 on the total. We had talked about that thing coming down and coming down and coming down. And they get 246 points in game number 5. Jamal Murray was awesome. Man, those Oilers kept coming and coming and coming. I know we'll talk about everything, but at one point I looked up. The score is 1-1. The Oil have 38 shots. The LA Kings have 13. Like, this is as lopsided as it gets on the shot column. And eventually the Kings fall flat. But, man, when the Oil are coming and they're on the rush, dangerous hockey team, man.
How about Minnesota? Oh, is that a bad beat? That offsides call? It was so close. It was so close, and then they would have taken the lead, probably win in regulation, but go to overtime. It ends up flipping. A million places to start. Let's go with the best game of the night, the one that goes to overtime. Indiana, you split your NBA sides. I split my NBA sides. I was wrong on Indiana, right on Detroit. So had a couple of the Eastern Conference games there. But 119-118, Indiana wins. They win the series. Pacers in 5. They continue to dominate the Bucks. For the 3rd straight year, the Bucks have been eliminated in the first round. For the 2nd straight year, it was at the hands of the Indiana Pacers. It sucks for Tyrese Halliburton that this is going to be a headline today, but what the hell is wrong with his dad? Did you see that? No. After the game, okay, Tyrese Halliburton hits what ends up being the game-winning shot. He gets the layup, 1.3 seconds left, take the lead in overtime. The star player, the guy that was getting ripped, in some of the polls that were out there, that he's overrated, all this crap. And it seemed like the Indiana Pacers were out to prove that that was not the case, and that occurred in this series. Pacers win in 5. On the court, during the Pacers celebration, Tyrese Halliburton's father, John, was in Giannis's face, swearing at him, "This is how we bleep and do it," waving the towel in his face. And Giannis has this look of confusion. What the hell are you? Who are you? What, sir? And then they're going nose to nose. Like Giannis is looking down on him, and he's looking up John at Giannis. And then Giannis goes off on him in the post game. And then Tyrese ripped his dad in the post game as well. It was ridiculous.
That whole thing, that whole sequence from the end of the fourth quarter into overtime was absurd. And you know who else was absurd? Giannis. 30, 20, and 13. All of his props, if you were playing PRA, RA, they hit. The point prop does not because it was 32.5. Noops nailed it. He said, hey, I think you should look at Giannis rebounds and Giannis assists, 10 and 10. He gets that home. I did not see the dad, though. I must have missed that. I don't know. I don't know where I was for that. How bad? Yeah. Scale of 1 to 10.
It was bad. It was bad. Like Giannis, super nice guy, but he was going on and on about how he feels disrespected. And Tyrese was like, I don't know what Pops is doing, man. That's basically what he said. He's got his shades on the whole time at the press conference. He's like, yeah, emotions are running high. He shouldn't have done that. So I guess he's not going to have any more courtside seats after that whole debacle. It was quite entertaining. You know what else was entertaining? Seeing that Gary Trent Jr. hit 8 threes in the game, which means the series prop that Campy gave us hit 7-1. Trent Jr. with the most threes in the series. I didn't check to see how close it was. I just saw that it cashed. So he had a big game, but he had some awful turnovers at the very end. He hit 8 threes in that game, scoring 33. He's the reason that the Bucks were in it, but bad turnovers. I don't know what the hell he was doing at the very end. And now people rush to have the conversation. We were doing it already, and it's fair. That may have been Giannis's last game in a Bucks uniform. It's going to be tough to keep him.
You know, he's under contract for a few more years, but I don't get the sense that he's going to be all that satisfied with another loss in the first round. This has happened multiple times in the last few years, and it really comes down to, for him, supporting cast. Now, I don't want to speak for him, but when you look at this starting lineup, Giannis, Bobby Portis, Gary Trent Jr., Kevin Porter Jr., AJ Green. Not exactly murderer's row. Not exactly a list of guys that you can go to war with and win a championship with. Now, Lillard, of course, is out. And, you know, the Achilles is going to take a long time to heal, and I don't know that he's ever going to be the same player. A lot of guys we know tear their Achilles, rupture the Achilles. They're just not the same guy. That is not a team that is built to win a championship. Giannis is outstanding. Unbelievable player. Is there enough help there? The answer is no. And he's not the type of guy that strikes me as get me out of here. But given the results and given how this team has fallen flat time and time and time again, he's probably out of there. I would think that maybe he gives it one more crack and then he's out.
The Bucks blew a 20-point lead, a 7-point lead in the last 40 seconds. That might be the last straw there for Giannis. The upset of the night was the Pistons going to the Garden and winning by 3. They were 5.5-point dogs, end up winning. Brunson was bad. He missed 12 of 16 shots. Still ends up being a close game, but the Pistons win. You know, Brunson was massive every other game coming in. He scored at least 30 coming into that one. But now you look at it, the Knicks have a 3-2 lead. This thing's going back to Detroit. I don't want to overreact to last night, but, you know, the couple losses prior to last night that the Pistons lost were also super close. Like, we could sit here and make a case that the Pistons should be leading this series. After the third quarter, they've been leading in 4 of the 5 games, Sam.
You look at the losses, too. 94-93.
Yep.
118-116. Could have gone either way in both of those games. So it's been a surprisingly tight series. And now we get May 1st, we get game 6. I don't know what to do with game 6, but to your point, the Pistons have been right there. I mean, they've been right up against it. This could easily be 3-2 Detroit. This could be over for Detroit. Now the pressure kicks in, and now you got to take care of Brunson in an elimination game. Playing the game at home in Detroit, the place is going to be crazy. Mm-hmm. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll probably make a bet. I did bet Detroit in that third game. Did not come home. I took 1.5. They lost by 2. I'm over it. Don't worry.
Yes, I see.
Take 1.5, lose by 2. Best feeling in the world. It's been a really good series. I don't know that either team is going to hold a candle in the next round, but it's been exciting. There's been a lot of duds so far in the first round. This series is not a dud, not even close.
The Pistons are 2-point favorites. They're betting Detroit. Open 1.5, 2. There's some 2.5s popping. Pistons 4-1 to win the last 3 games of the series and take it. So maybe some people are taking a look there. You were all over it. Boston smoked 31 points over Orlando. That series is over in 5. They needed to end it in 5. It wasn't Boston where they were shooting from the outside all night. That wasn't necessary at all. The Magic couldn't hit a 3 throughout that game, but Tatum balls out 35, 8, and 10. Jaylen Brown gets cleared, ends up playing like we expected, goes out there for 32 minutes. But now the C's wait on the Knicks or those Pistons.
It really got out of hand in that third quarter. So the Magic were in control. Magic are up at half. It's 49-47 Orlando. And then if you miss the third quarter, say you went out, took the garbage out, or doing some things around the house, and then all of a sudden you look up at the end of the third quarter, Boston has 36 at the end of 3, Orlando has 13. Yeah. And okay, like where did that come from? So it's nice for the Celtics. A lot of guys last night were saying, we got to get this win. We got to rest up, got to get healthy. And a 31-point win for Boston. Not really a surprise. I think I'm a little surprised how it got there, but they threw it into overdrive, and there was no defense. When Boston got hot, when Boston started hitting shots, forget it. Tatum was unbelievable. 35 points, 10 assists, 8 rebounds for Jason Tatum. As you mentioned, 23 for Brown. They combined for almost 60, 58 points for the star power in Boston. And, man, it was close, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. 120-89.
Boston shot 57% in the game. 57%. Truly remarkable there. So that one wraps up. Gentlemen sweep. And then the nightcap, we have Denver taking care of the Clips. Woo! Don't doubt Jokic. This was not your typical Jokic game where he's scoring 1,000,000 points, but he's always going to contribute in other ways. I gave out Murray over 2.5 threes. I wish I did a lot more. I wish I laddered everything under the sun with Jamal Murray. I figured going home that he would have a good shooting game coming off a poor performance, but I wasn't expecting 43 points, Sam. Nuggets win 131-115. This is the first over to hit in the series. Denver takes a 3-2 series lead. And now in back-to-back games, we've seen the Clippers fall back like 20, 21 points. And that occurred last night in this one. It really wasn't all that close. Clippers never really gave a true threat in this one. This is shocking. I don't want to say shocking because you have Jokic, but there was so much love for the Clippers. I was part of that, and now they're in danger of being eliminated.
If I would have told you Jokic would make 4 shots, you probably would have thought the Clippers would win. But the depth was there. Man, 23 for Gordon, 14 for Porter. Braun had 11. Westbrook, a classic Westbrook game, he had 21. Jokic only scores 13, and they still get 131. You nailed it on Murray. Only 8 threes. Only made 8 threes last night, and a big 40 spot. 43 for Murray. Again, Jokic, 4 made shots, and the Nuggets still win by double figures.
And for the second straight game, James Harden refuses to speak to the media. It's not looking good, man. Not looking good for the Clippers. Back-to-back games against Denver, home and road. You end up falling that far behind. I have my concerns. Kawhi just has to go insane. They need the insane Kawhi, it feels like, to win right now. And then the Denver Nuggets with an interim coach. Maybe that ends up being the great move after everybody rips on them for making that decision very late in the year. So a ton going on. NHL, we'll dive back into that. Again, Eddie Olczyk will be on the show in the final hour, go over the Stanley Cup playoffs and, of course, the Kentucky Derby down this week. He's already on the grounds, so we'll go over that as well. But 2 big NBA playoff games tonight. Will the Lakers get eliminated? Talk about that on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe MVP with you. We'll go over today's MLB card coming up in about 20 minutes on this Wednesday. BetMGMNetwork.com takes you to the Odyssey app. Follow the show on X, bet_sweats, bet_sweats. And we get 2 games tonight. Okay, so a much shorter card, not the 4 that we had last night, but a couple of games and a couple of series that could wrap up. Both teams would have to get it done on the road in game number 5. Let's go with the headliner. T-Wolves Lakers. Here's the backstory. Every game, Sam is just like hating LeBron so much. He wants him to fail so bad. And I know that you're definitely not alone. 5.5 is the number. Lakers are a 5.5 point home favorite. If they lose, they're staying home for good. There's no more games for them to play. T-Wolves 3-1 straight up, 3-1 against the spread in the series. We finally had a close game. Throughout the series, it's been just blowout after blowout after blowout. But Minnesota takes the last game 116-113. Ant has been a monster. So has Luka. The problem for the Lakers is Luka isn't getting any help. And the head coach Redick kind of freaking out and making sure all the starters play just about every second of the game.
They're laying the number of death. They're laying 5.5 out to 6.
Yeah.
6 at Chris, Circa, Superbook. MGM has 5.5 juiced, -15. So they're laying it with the Lakers. I think I have better things to do with my money. My issue is their defense. They're just not getting stops. And there was the one game when they went back home and got that first win of the series. Okay, I get it. I understand it. I'm not laying 5.5 here. Maybe some LeBron props, maybe some Luka props. Totals come down a point, which I guess I understand. 210.5 down to 209.5. It makes sense. These games do get tighter. Defense does tend to ratchet up a bit. I have no interest laying 5.5. Now, it's not to say that I'm going to run to the window and bet Minnesota. I want no part of the Lakers laying 5.5. They don't get enough stops. They're not good defensively.
I know. And even in the one game they did win, which they did win by more than 5.5, I want to say it was 9 or 10, somewhere in that range. They took a lead early, and then they kind of coasted the rest of the way. Part of me thinks Lakers money line and pairing it with something else. But we've done this so many times in the first round of the playoffs where we'll take the favorite money line. And I'm not saying you're there. You're obviously not on that. But they end up covering the number. In this desperate spot, returning home, I understand your point about the Lakers. I get the move. It's an all-in effort, right? Everybody is going all in for this game. I do like the Lakers here. I'm willing to lay it. I understand the move. Don't love the number, but we haven't seen a lot of close games in this series. And that's how I see tonight going. It's just one of those games, everything goes the Lakers' way.
They're betting LeBron to have a big game. So his prop yesterday was 24.5 points. Try 25.5 and 26.5. One book has that over -120. So they're betting LeBron. He's usually solid in games like this when everything is on the line. I understand all that. I could be talked into a Lakers parlay, but I want to go Lakers and maybe Warriors. I'm going to zig when everybody's zagging. Everybody's laying Houston from 2.5 out to 4. We'll get to that game in a second. Thoughts on LeBron in terms of points? Is this a 20-point game, a 30-point game, a 40-point game? How many for your guy, LeBron?
I was thinking triple-double.
Oh, okay.
6-1. Points are always difficult, especially when you've got Luka putting up like 38 like the last game. They'll play the over. There's no doubt about it. It's juiced at 25.5. It's also juiced at 26.5 at just about every book. 27-12 and 8 in the last game. The Luka assists, I think people are used to betting Luka for triple-double, and they think about the Dallas days. Not as much of a triple-double threat with this Lakers team. So because the assists have been so erratic throughout, I'd rather bet LeBron than Luka in that market. So I'd consider that one at 6-1. Not my favorite player prop, but what I think about LeBron. That's the first thing I think of. See the price on Luka. Okay, Luka's a better price. You can find a 10-1 out there for a triple-double. But the problem is he going to hit every category like we know LeBron will?
LeBron's getting juiced to all hell on the 3-point prop. So if you want to go over 1.5, MGM minus 190. There's another book minus 195. He's going to hit 2. I'd be surprised if he doesn't, but they are making you pay that premium. Minus 190, minus 195 on LeBron's 3-point prop.
Is this a game you just stay away from, Ant? Like he goes off 43 last game. He's had a great series. I think there was one game he was off early on in the series, but it's been phenomenal. He's a reason that they're up 3-1. After that big performance, do you stay off and wait till they go back home if the Lakers win?
Probably. I mean, everybody's going to be talking about Ant, and everybody's going to look to bet Ant. No surprise off of what he did in his last game, as you mentioned, 40+, 28.5. I don't know, man. I have no feel on this one. I hope Minnesota wins the series eventually. Sounds like you're going to be on the Lakers tonight, which is cool. You can have that one. I won't bet against it. I have no pulse on this game. I like the first game. I don't think I'll have a single dollar on T-Wolves and Lakers, and that's okay. I mean, we don't have to bet every game that we talk about.
Yep.
I'm rooting for Minnesota to win the series, but I understand the move on the Lakers from 5 to 5.5 to 6.
Okay, you mentioned the first game. Let's stay in the Western Conference. The other game is the Warriors and the Rockets. Are you taking the 4.5 with Golden State?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
4.5s are going away, by the way. I don't see a single 4.5. So that was the resistance point. It makes sense. The line tells you Houston might be the side. They bet 2.5. They bet 3, 3.5, out to 4. It did touch 4.5, and now we're back to 4. I believe in the experience. I believe in Butler and Draymond and Steph Curry, the best player on the court. I think this one's over tonight. I think it does end. I think Golden State takes care of business.
I know. I saw that number, and it was kind of eye-opening. What? We're at 4.5 now? This Warriors team with Jimmy, when Jimmy's out there in the lineup, they're 25-8. And we saw that Jimmy's healthy because he was a full go last game, and he ends up winning it for the team in the second half, 27 points. And we're coming off a Warriors win. They did not cover. It was almost right on the number. But Curry wasn't even good. Curry only scored 17 points, and they've got all these role players stepping up. Oh, man, I'll be honest. I know it doesn't sound sharp, but my first look was, and you brought context to it about how it's been bet up. I was like, that is fishy. I don't understand. The Warriors, the heavy favorite coming into the series, they have a chance to close them out in 5 on the road. Yes, we get it. All in effort from Houston. But should they be 4.5-point dogs? I can't get there. So I can't argue with the play on Golden State. I'm just thinking, just part of me is like, man, something's off here. This should not be 4.5. But to your point, it did not open there.
No, open much lower. I also laugh at the series price, and we sort of talked about this yesterday as well. Houston does have Game 5 at home, Game 7 at home. Golden State minus 800, minus 900. That's it. It feels like that's not expensive enough. I don't know. I mean, if I was betting Houston, and again, my bread is buttered on Golden State. I need them to make a run here. If I was looking to bet Houston, though, even though they have 5 and 7 at home, I would need at least 8 or 9 to 1 to win the series. Mm-hmm. It only happens 5% of the time, Joe. When a team goes down 3 to 1, the team with 1 only wins 5% of the time. That number is way too low on the Houston comeback.
And it's the inexperienced team that's going to have to do it, right? And you're going to have to go to the Bay and also win there. To win 3 straight against them, I don't know. Last game, big advantage in the paint. We knew that about the series. Sengun, I mean, that's the biggest mismatch that they have. He's been phenomenal, and it hasn't really mattered when it comes to the final score. Like, we can sit here and make the case that the Rockets also, they're missing their free throws. Is that going to continue? Their pros? I don't know. We finally got an over in the series. That happened at the last game. So what do? They keep the total exactly the same as game number 4. So we finally are to a point where they stop dropping the total. 203.5 flew over last time. Another thing worth pointing out is Jalen Green. So whatever he ends up doing in the series, kind of how the games go for the Rockets. He snapped in their one win for 38 points. And then in their losses, he has scored 7, 8, and 9 points. Green's player prop is 16.5 points.
That feels low. That feels like sort of an overreaction to a very small sample size. He is sort of their catalyst. He's the guy that needs to pick things up. And, guys like that are naturally going to play better at home. So I would lean over there. That's probably going to be a popular player in the prop market. I don't know that people are going to bet his over. Maybe the room is going to look under on Jalen Green, but they need him in the worst of ways. Thoughts on the total? This one did open a little bit higher, 204.5, down a point. I thought we had a pretty good handicap on the total in the last game. Just they were making shots. And when guys make shots, you're going to hit overs. Look at LA and Denver last night. I think a trip to the under is the right idea tonight in Houston.
That's what I have. I'm not going to play the side, but I'll play the under on this one. So yeah, I agree with you. It stays the same, and now we're at game number 5 in the series. I think that's the play in this specific matchup. All right, you mentioned some serious prices, and that Golden State isn't expensive enough. Also, earlier we mentioned Detroit. Hey, could they win their last 2? They are 4-1 now. 4-1. We should update the Nuggets and the Clippers because, boy, what a roller coaster this series has been with the series price. It was before the whole thing started. And massive movement after every game. Now we're seeing Denver a $2 favorite. Of course, the Clippers have to win these last 2 to win the series.
I don't think it's a bad idea to take the Clip show. You could get $1.75 on the plus side. Of course, Game 7 would be in Denver, so understand that. But the Clips are going to get bet in that 6th game, and that's tomorrow. So a quick turnaround. Clippers open 6.5 and get bet to 7 almost right away, which I understand. People are going to bet the Clippers in this spot. It's a gotta-have-it game. I would definitely take plus 175 before I would lay $2 on Denver. How about you?
Oh, yeah. I'm not laying the $2. No, because I do think the Clippers are winning Game 6. This is going 7. So, yeah, give me the plus money at plus 175 out there. You mentioned that the Golden State number isn't big enough. These are different situations at $8 for Golden State, but it's also a 3-1 series. It's also Minnesota on the road. They don't have the experience that Golden State has, but we're talking, I see it as cheap as minus 475. Is that enough? Is that too much or about right?
I mean, when we talk about these teams down 3-1, usually the team with the 3 wins is favored in the series or has home court. That's not the case in either of these series. So that's why the math is a little bit lighter on the favorite side. So Minnesota at the high point -5, Golden State at the high point. Well, South Point has -1,000, but most books are about -800. The math gets interesting because you're going to have, Houston favored in Game 5 and in Game 7. Same with the Lakers. Going to be favored in Game 5, favored in Game 7. So usually the shoe is on the other foot. I would need so much more to bet the Lakers. I mean, for them to win 3 straight, you're talking 4-1 only. There's also that LeBron love, the Luka love, the Laker money that always seeps into the market. I'm not betting 4-1 on the Lakers. No shot.
Yep. Not not interested at all in betting the Lakers. Neither am I. But part of what you want to see, but you're never going to get a fair price, right? Like you should be getting a better price on that team, but you're not going to get it anytime Lakers, LeBron, and Luka are involved. Joe O, Sammy P. Today's MLB card on the other side. We've got power rankings at the top of the hour, an all-time NBA conversation. All that coming up. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. We'll get to some baseball. Eric Kratz coming up at 11 a.m. Eastern. But we do want to, of course, talk about today's MLB card. We've got a pretty full card to digest, to go over here. And what do you know, Sam? Your favorite team in Major League Baseball lost once again. And that Braves-Dodgers parlay hit easily. You got the Braves over the Rockies 8-2. And the Dodgers put 15 on the Marlins last night.
I didn't do it. I don't know why I didn't just tail you on that. It's such a good idea to just bet against bad teams, especially when you get the Dodgers at that relatively cheap price, because people like Alcantara. People bet him. Sharps love him at a plus price. So that cheapened the load on the Dodgers. Simple, man. Just pick the winner. Dodgers, Braves. Why didn't I do that? I might do it again today. Well, not again. I didn't do it yesterday. But, I mean, every conversation we have is about Colorado and how bad they are. I feel bad to talk about it every day, but the reality is this team has one win in the last 2.5 weeks. And you look at the price today, 3:10 Eastern, first pitch, day baseball in Denver. Sale opens 250. Now he's 290, 300. And I don't want to bet the Rockies even at plus 250. I'm not interested at all.
If it's cashing, you keep doing it. Like, there's no reason not to, especially when you won't have an opportunity like this all the time. But when you have an opportunity like this, you have probably a Braves team that's been undervalued. Not the case anymore when you look at the price today and the Dodgers matchups. Okay, so if you do it today, you mentioned the prices on each game, but you put them together at BetMGM, it's minus 123 right now on the money line. And some people would say, do the run line.
125 yesterday, right?
Yesterday, yeah, because Alcantara was out there. Day before was like plus 108, plus 110 range. Minus 123, it's not the worst idea in the world. I probably going to do it again. Probably.
If you've bet against Colorado in the last, 17 games?
Yeah.
You're 16-1. The math doesn't lie. And people will say, oh, I can't lay this number and I can't lay $2 and $2.50 and $300. One loss. Even if it's at minus 300, you're 16-1. So you're up 13 units now. And I don't want to kick a dead horse, man, but it's not going to get better there. This team is not going to just find good players. So that's where we start. Obviously, Colorado stinks. We've been on this for weeks. It's not even May 1st yet, and they are already minus 400 to be the worst team in baseball. Did you catch that?
Ooh,
They
no.
caught up. Oh, yeah. They finally just decided, why not? Why not just make it expensive? Because everybody's going to bet it no matter what. I see minus 375 and minus 400. Those are the highest price points on the worst record. So this is a market that, you brought up the schedule in May. I think it's off the board June 1. I don't think they're even taking bets on this. But in other news, in other games that are not Rocky related, King is getting bet big for the Padres. This is a 4:10 start, East Coast. So Giants at the Padres. San Diego opened $1.30. I see $1.50 at MGM. A 20-cent move on San Diego.
Yeah, I get it. Great history King has against San Francisco. So that makes sense to me. They're hitting around 200 against him. Decent sample size within the division on base of about 300. And he's done very, very well. He's an excellent pitcher to begin with, and he's got good history against the team that he's been seeing recently against that same lineup. So I understand. That was one that I had circled, taking a look at San Diego. I like San Francisco this week, but in this specific pitching matchup today, low total of 7. I'm just fine with backing the Padres.
They are betting against the Yankees here off of a 15-3 domination of the Orioles. And oh, by the way, Baltimore was sort of a public darling to win the division, to win the pennant. Orioles are 11-18. They are in dead last in the AL East. So New York on top, Boston, Tampa, Toronto, then Baltimore. This Orioles pitching staff is atrocious, man. I don't know. I'm looking right now. They've given up 165 runs. I don't know. Okay, so Miami's given up 174. There's one. And, of course, the Rockies, 172. The Orioles have given up the third most runs in baseball. And I don't think people talked enough about the loss of Burns, about the lack of pitching depth in their rotation. This is a bad baseball team right now. Minus 50 run differential, yet people are betting against Carrasco because, of course, they are today.
Yeah, Jake can jump on this one. I've been wanting to talk about this all week, but so much going on, NBA, NHL, the draft with the NFL. Haven't gotten to it. Definitely want to talk about it with Kratz in the final hour of the show. What the hell happened to this team? You hit on it immediately. One of the main points that they've decided to go cheap on pitching, and that's where it starts with them. But they have this young core they've built up. It looks like they're going to be sellers at the deadline. So what pieces are they going to end up selling? I mean, we're going into early May, so you don't want to go too crazy. It wasn't that long ago I cashed an Orioles division ticket because they had a bad start, and then we get a 50-1. No, that was actually was that the Rays or the Orioles? I don't know. Everything's a blur today. But it was Orioles. Okay. But yeah, I'm shocked at how bad this is. We kind of skipped over them when talking about threats to the Yankees in the division, and I'm glad we did. Jake, what is it? Is it all the pitching?
No, I mean, it's the lineup can't hit, too. I mean, Adley Rutschman dating back to last...
room!
Amazing. Like...
You hit the wrong button.
That's not me, brother.
Oh.
I mean, where is the room on the Orioles, though? Out. The Grim Reaper is coming for the Orioles. Like, Adley Rutschman dating back to last year, like his last 90 games, hitting under 210. We're still waiting for the Jackson Holiday breakout. He's got a 680 OPS this year. Gunnar Henderson finally shown signs of life last night. He hit a home run. But that lineup stinks. They lost Santander. And yeah, like you mentioned, Joe, I think the biggest thing is, shocker, when Zach Eflin's your number one starter, things aren't going to go great for you. When Charlie Morton's your number two starter, you're going to lose a lot of games. So I think it's a lot of the pitching, but also their stars can't hit. Adley's been bad. Jackson Holiday's still struggling. It's just all bad for them.
Eflin actually has been okay. ERA of 3 even, 3.00. Yeah. He's been okay. Only 3 starts, but it's really these 3 guys. Povich, who goes today. His ERA is in the 5s. Kramer is 7.04 ERA. And then Charlie Morton, who I believe, Jake, you have on your list of losers, right?
Yep,
he is
correct.
9.45 ERA.
I can't bet the Orioles. That's what I'm getting at here. Like Sam brought up that they're getting bet. I'm not interested. I'm not betting on this team right now.
1,000%. I have no interest in Maury's son tonight. I'm good.
I might bet Maury's kid today. I might do it because now they're going to win because we just trashed them.
I mean, fine. Maybe. They will win again, but it's looking really bad right now. Really bad. But yeah, it's like a coin flip with that number that we've seen so far. Yeah, I'll definitely be doing the Dodgers Atlanta once again. Jake, we fading Lopez? He's a favorite at Cleveland.
I mean, I guess he is on
the Guardians.
He is on my list of losers, and the Guardians. It's just I'm a little afraid of the Twins. They've actually been playing better. I backed them a couple nights ago with Bailey Ober, but I suppose since he is on my list of losers, I do have to go against him, don't I? Yeah, I'm going to do it.
I don't think it's a bad look. especially in this.
Where's the room?
What is happening?
I don't know. I love it. I could hear that every hour on the
Anytime,
hour.
and it makes me happy anytime I see Sam smirk and he takes the coffee mug and just takes a sip. It's just like, I got nothing to say right now for the moment.
I
You
don't
did that
know.
a
I
minute
mean,
ago.
maybe we should just play it one more time just for kicks.
No,
Giolito
okay.
today. Giolito going for the Red Sox. Who's excited? Minus 120 on the open. No surprise they're betting him down. Minus 11 at Chris right now. So a 10-cent move against Giolito. Toronto undecided on the starter, but the market's still betting against Boston.
I'm with the market. When I saw that this morning, wait, Giolito's favored? That's not right. Something's
road.
wrong there. Yeah, Giolito favored on the road. Like, great guy, gonna be phenomenal in the media one day, but not a good starting pitcher over the last few years. I'm not interested in backing him as a favorite. That is only a Toronto move, and without knowing, again, we have a situation where there's a move on a team with undecided on the bump.
Undecided was minus 200 in Colorado yesterday, which was very funny.
Went
Braves
well.
didn't even name the starter until the afternoon, and they were still minus 200. There's one guy you want to back with the White Sox. It's this kid Smith. He's been very good this year. Totals come down a half a run, 8 to 7.5, and the White Sox getting a little bit of money today. That's White Sox and Brewers. Milwaukee minus 170 down to 160. Shane Smith has been their best starter. That would be the guy that I would be just fine with putting my money on. So I might bet the White Sox plus 150 tonight. I haven't done it all week. Give me credit. I think today's the move on the White Sox.
Today's the day. Okay. Like once a week once a week you got to get it out? All right. This is the spot.
Get that
Shane
itch.
Smith,
I just
your
gotta
guy?
do it. Gotta do it.
Okay. It could be the spot. You're not going to back Burke tomorrow, are you? Against Milwaukee.
No.
Okay. Just checking. Our power rankings are next. All-time NBA playoff closers. We both had a very difficult time putting this list together. Keep it here, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All hour, we are live on X, the account bet_sweats. So we'll be streaming there as well as, of course, on the Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, the BetMGM network pages, as well as Odyssey stations throughout the country. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. BetMGM network is here. Later on this hour, we're going to go over the NHL playoff looks for this evening and some NFL team stuff. We've done some player props that are now available with a lot of rookies, some different markets in the National Football League after the draft. So we'll do that later on this hour. But every Wednesday, we do power rankings, and we come up with some sort of a topic. It was debated, do we do mascots? Don't worry, we've got something in store for you tomorrow involving mascots, which will be a lot of fun. And this is a fun conversation, probably some kind of a barroom conversation that many of us have had over the years, because that's what we do with the NBA. When you try to compare eras, which is almost impossible to do, but that's what we're going to try to do here. The topic is all-time NBA playoff closers. Sam, I don't know about you, but I stuck with players that I actually watched in my lifetime. I didn't go Russell. I didn't go your guy Mikan. Did you do the same thing? Did you stick to what you've seen in your life?
I did 4 of 5 that I've seen. I did put Russell in there. Spoiler.
Okay.
It's very difficult to not put a guy who has 11 titles on the list.
Right.
I never saw Bill Russell play, though. He was active from 56 to 69. I was not around. But I did put him on there. I did not put your guy Mikan on there. I guess we can just get into it. So this is an easy list to get to for me. We went 5. So I'll go from 5 to 1. I did put Steph Curry on there at 5. And some would say maybe he should be a little bit higher up the board. Okay, it's my list. 4-time champ. You're going to see a lot of that on this list. Guys that won championships. So the best shooter of all time. I think he's changed the game. Some would say maybe for worse than for better, right? Because now every kid who's 15 years old thinks they can shoot threes from 30 feet, and that's a different conversation for a different day. Yeah, he needed Durant to win a couple, but, I mean, this guy is routinely in that 50, 40, 90 range. And that, of course, is 50 from the floor, 40 from 3, 90 at the free throw line. He's a 2-time MVP, a 1-time finals MVP, 11-time All-Star, and I don't know who I trust more from downtown. You need 3, 30 seconds to go. I don't know who I would rather have than Curry. Maybe Ray Allen, but Curry can create by himself. Ray did that for a while, but at the end, Ray was relegated to a spot-up guy. Steph is going to create and get his own shot, and you know it's coming. You still can't stop it. So I put Steph Curry at number 5. I left Larry Bird off and put his counterpart at 4, Magic. Magic has 5 championships, 3-time finals MVP, 3-time league MVP, 12-time All-Star. Just one of the best playmakers the game has ever seen. And, you know, there were times when the game was on the line and Magic decided, I'm going to go into my bag and pull out a skyhook, right? Like, he could just do so many different things. And when he was a rookie, that first championship in 1980, Magic was playing center. Played center, Joe. And obviously made his bones and made all his money as a point guard, as the, you know, maestro, if you will, of the Showtime Lakers. Just getting everybody involved and doing it with different casts. I mean, that team in 80 was a lot different than the team in 88. Magic was the constant, though, and Magic was the reason that the Lakers were able to win 5 championships in the 80s. So I put Magic at number 4. 3, I went Russell. Again, word of mouth, I guess. I never saw it with my own eyes, but in terms of negating what you do at the rim, one of the best to ever do it in Bill Russell. Again, 11-time champion, 5-time MVP. He was only all-defensive first team one time. I'm guessing that started that year. Um, I mean, he would have been all defensive in the 50s and 60s. I don't think that was a thing. So he has one all defensive first team in 1969. But in terms of stopping the traffic and stopping points at the rim and taking away what you do well, man, he's the guy. Led the NBA in rebounds 4 times, 12 straight seasons of 1,000 or more rebounds. Now, this is a list I think a lot of people would look at and go, all right, I need to put guys that get buckets on here. Well, you need to stop buckets as well. So maybe Bill wasn't the greatest scorer in the world, but he was an insane defender and a legit rebounder, or so I hear. That's what I was told all those years ago. 1 and 2 for me is easy. It's not really a debate. Kobe's 2, MJ's 1. You're not going to get a kid from Chicago to not have Michael Jordan number 1. What are you laughing at? You don't have Kobe
left
on there
LeBron
at all?
off. I was wondering
LeBron
what
is
you were
not
going
a
to do with
closer.
LeBron.
No, LeBron is
Okay.
not a top 5 closer. Give me a break. Not even close.
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, do I need to explain Kobe and Michael? I don't feel like I have to. Those are understood, right? That those are 1 and 2.
Yeah. No, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So I have 1, 2, 3 of your 5 on my list. That's how hard this is. With a couple that I went in thinking, oh, okay, this guy's definitely going to be on my list. I've got to put him in. I've got a strong argument for him. Okay, this is good. No, and I couldn't. We could easily go 10. We could easily go 15. We could get to 20. And then it's also challenging with the current players. I know you put Steph on there. Steph was on my list, but he didn't end up making the cut once I had to narrow it down to 5. So this is very, very difficult. All right, number 5. I did go with a current player, but one with a lot of accomplishments. I don't know about past his prime because it looked like he was in his prime earlier in the series. I'm talking about Kawhi. I put Kawhi at number 5 for NBA playoff closers. One of the greatest NBA playoff moments of all time. 2 championships, 2 finals MVPs. I go with Kawhi. So LeBron was the most difficult conversation for me. I figured he wasn't going to make your top 5. But I was thinking, oh, maybe he's actually going to put LeBron on his list because during the break you mentioned, are you guys putting LeBron 1 or 2? I'm like, well, if that's where he's heading, okay, maybe he's actually going to put LeBron on the list. But no, true Sammy P fashion, LeBron off the list. I put LeBron at 4. I think most of the public would put him at 2. But if you, as you mentioned, if you go to the name of the list, NBA playoff closers, can you put LeBron on that list? Less than half of the time he's made the NBA finals, his team has won, right? So get to the finals 10 times, won at 4, lost at 6. And that's what Jordan backers will always make that argument, that he's 6-0 in the finals. I would counterpunch and say that getting to 10 NBA finals is an accomplishment. And that you do need to be a playoff closer, not a finals closer, but a playoff closer to get there. I had to put LeBron on the list. It was just a matter of how high. I slid him down to number 4 because that is something, getting there 10 times. And we know he's paired up with other superstars. And once again, he's paired up with the superstar. That's the world that we live in, like it or not. I put Kobe 3rd. We're splitting hairs with 2, 3. But I ended up going Kobe 3. He's won 5 of the 7 finals that he made. The 18-time All-Star, Kobe awesome. And he was also, we all know about the Black Mamba, but he was also paired up with the superstars. Like, if we're going to play that game, you've got to be fair about it and talk about all of them. I mean, we can make the case that Jordan was paired with the superstar. And Jordan has said he's not winning all those championships without Pippen. So I did consider that. And, they're the tragic years that people laugh at that didn't like Magic Johnson, but Magic got there 9 times and his team won it 5 times. And in the early years, he had Kareem. I did put Magic on this list, totally splitting hairs. You could flip it easily and I'd be fine if you wanted to do that. I put Magic number 2 just because of the number of finals. Same championships, but because of the number of finals. that Magic led his team to. And then, of course, MJ, number one. So my list is Kawhi, LeBron 4, Kobe 3, Magic 2, MJ 1. Leaving off some names that I thought were going to be on there. I thought Bird was going to make it. Didn't have room. In my mind, I was going to put Jokic 5th, but I couldn't get there. And part of that is what we're going to see when his career is done. He has the highest player efficiency rating of any NBA player in the playoffs of all time right now. Like, I can't wait to see what his career ends up being. I wanted to put Steph on. He didn't make the list. I considered Dirk. Didn't have room for him. So it's very tough, man. The easy part is MJ. After that, we could have debates for days.
I can't believe you didn't put Bill Russell on there. The disrespect.
Well, I stuck
for a guy
with
that
players
played in the
I've
50s.
seen. Yeah,
60s.
I stuck with players in my lifetime. So modern era, whatever, if you want to call it. I didn't put Russell on because of that. Did you not put Bird on because you already had a Celtic?
No, I in terms of the 80s, I went with Magic over Bird. Magic has more titles. I mean, Bird, the problem with Bird is that Bird's back completely betrayed him. And, there's a legend out here in Boston that Bird was so cheap that his back issues got, escalated because he was like putting his mother's like cement in by himself. They didn't want to pay the guy. So he's out there like jackhammering cement, and like his back was just never the same, and he just completely fell apart. And then, of course, the death of Len Bias. Who knows what happens from that point forward if things go differently? But Bird just betrayed by injuries, and some of those were self-inflicted. The guy that I really wanted to put on there, though, was Shaq. Mm-hmm. I just couldn't.
I don't know where
I don't know. Well, he wins the one ring with D Wade, where Wade was the best player. Him and Kobe. I gave Kobe the edge over Shaq. It was sort of like I need to pick Magic or Bird, and then pick Kobe or Shaq. I think that's what I did without realizing it. But Shaq's one of the most dominant playoff centers that we'll ever see in terms of give him the ball and get out of the way. He's going to put it in the basket. And there's not many people that love Orlando Shaq more than me. Unfortunately, he left for the Lakers and won a bunch of championships there. But Shaq was one that I probably would have had at 6. If we were doing 6, I'd likely have Shaq 6.
I love that Magic team. Like, even though they met up with the Bulls a number of times in the playoffs, Penny Hardaway and Shaq together in those early years, you thought that was going to be just a great team forever. And we know the rest. You know a name that has 3 NBA Finals MVPs that wasn't even brought up by either of us yet? Tim Duncan.
Yeah, Duncan. Duncan, I saw a meme the other day. The Duncan is just the ice cream sandwich with the 2 chocolate cookies and the ice cream in the middle, the long rectangle. Nothing flashy, but it gets the job done every time. Mm-hmm. I thought that was it was just the old school ice cream sandwich.
Yeah.
And that's Tim Duncan. Not flashy, not sexy. People don't talk about him, but all he did was win. And all he did was find ways to get that team to a championship. Duncan should be on my list. I should have put him over Bill Russell, but I respect Bill Russell.
Yeah. If you have a list, like let's say a top 3 besides MJ, let us know. BetSweats, bet_sweats on X. Make sure you can tweet us. We're there, the show live there for the entire hour. I was hoping there was a place for Robert Horry, 7 for 7. Could not find a spot there. And shout out Paul Aspen. I really wanted to go James Harden number 1, Paul, but I couldn't squeeze him onto the top 5.
Number 1.
He'll get there one of these days. He'll get there one of these days. Not this year, but maybe one of these days.
Yeah. Paul's loving what's happened to the Clippers over the last couple of games. There's no doubt about that.
You can only watch the same movie so many times. And yes, was I too close to it because I saw it in Philly, but I also saw it in Houston. Like, yes. Look, the numbers play, totally get it. Like when it came crashing down before the series, I understand the case for plus 175 right now. And this is the ultimate numbers, not players, not teams argument. Unfortunately, is James Harden in that uniform. And I personally, look, I wasn't saying run to the window to bet the Nuggets. I'm just never putting my money on James Harden.
Speaking of fades, you can make a strong case that Doc, oh man, just in Doc form, that was phenomenal. I mean, the Lillard injury kind of a part of that situation, but yeah, Doc's been awful, and he should be fired today if he hasn't been fired already. I've got to follow up on LeBron because I think that's the biggest conversation piece from this list, where I have him, where you have him. I think I have him lower than most do. We'll also talk about today's Stanley Cup playoff games. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Talk some NFL later on this hour. Final hour of the show at 11 a.m. Eric Kratz will be dropping by 11 Eastern, and 11:20 Eastern will be our buddy Eddie Olczyk. Looking forward to getting his Derby takes for sure, and also what's happening with the Stanley Cup playoffs. Joe, Sammy P, we are live on X this hour, Bet_Sweats, Bet_Sweats. We appreciate you joining us. And we were just having our power rankings conversation, and I was fascinated to see what you would do with LeBron. Like that's the one. By definition of this list, does he make the list? I felt that he needed to make the list, but how high? I think most of the public would put him second. I'm not going to do that. I bumped him down to 4. But Sam, yours is starting 1, MJ, Kobe, Russell, Magic, Steph. And we were going over some names that didn't quite make the list. Let's keep going. If you go 6, where would you go? Give me a name that you left off that you want to add.
Shaq.
That's a good one. Okay, we've got Shaq. I know you liked the idea of Duncan as well. Would you put Duncan ahead of LeBron?
I mean, we're splitting hairs at this point. I think 7's a good number for LeBron. Let me put LeBron 7 and Duncan 8. It's not that I dislike LeBron. I don't think he's a top 5 clutch player of all time. And I don't think that's a hot take. I would also fight you on the fact that people would put LeBron 2 as a playoff closer. I mean, Kawhi hits the shot for Cleveland. Ray Allen hits the big shot for Miami. I mean, him not wanting the ball in those big moments, I think turns a lot of people off, but you can't argue his greatness. I just don't think he's top 5. I'd put him 7. So I guess I'd go Shaq 6, LeBron 7, Duncan 8. I saw a list, by the way. I got really angry and then I deleted
There
the
were
window.
some bad lists out there. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, how do you create a top 15 NBA playoff closers of all time list and put Chris Paul on it? What? I don't understand. That's not a thing. He's the antithesis of a playoff closer. The guy's never even been to a finals. I saw that list and thought, okay, I'm never reading anything this person writes again. Absolute moron. Chris Paul? No.
Well, you mentioned would you put Kawhi ahead of LeBron?
No, I'd put LeBron up there. I don't hate LeBron as much as I think people think I do.
I think you hate him.
Well, where's Jerry West at on your list? Where's Havlicek at on your list?
No, it's not my lifetime. I'm old enough. I've seen enough basketball. Those guys.
I mean, the hardest guy for me is Bird. I don't know what to do with Bird.
Challenging.
Because I think, you ask a lot of people, especially out here in the Boston area, you need a bucket in the playoffs. Who do you want? And a lot of people out here would say Bird. I think I wanted to see more longevity from Bird. I don't know, but I couldn't put him top 5 because he didn't play long enough and he didn't get more jewelry than Magic. So I think I'd have to put Bird at like 9 and maybe Kawhi at 10. I don't know. We did 5. I know for a fact Chris Paul is not on my list, and I know for a fact that LeBron is not on there as well.
Jokic is probably going to be on a lot of people's lists at the end. Maybe Kawhi is, maybe Giannis. Who knows where he ends up landing? These NBA debates are always fun conversation. They really are. You're right about Bird. Bird was tough, and I didn't put him on my list either. But here's what I won't stand for. I won't stand for people saying, well, he had this guy as a teammate. He went there. He had this. We could have the same conversation about Bird. Well, what if some other players had Mikal and Parrish too in their prime? We could do that forever. All of these guys that win finals, get finals MVPs, they all have great teammates because you can't do it by yourself because that gets really old. Like Jordan was doing it by himself for a while. How many championships did he have? 0 when it was all him by himself. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. And I know a lot of old school people hate it, and players change teams and force their way out. It's just what it is, man. Okay, Jordan didn't have to force his way out. Magic didn't have to. Bird didn't have to. But they got other superstars on those rosters, so they didn't have to leave.
I'm looking right now at a list of playoff points leaders, okay? LeBron is hands down number one because he's played in the most games. LeBron has 8,200 playoff points. Jordan is second on that list with 5,900. Then it's Kareem. There's another guy we didn't talk about. Kareem is on there.
Right.
And I mean, look, Kareem in the in the 70s was an unbelievable player, but you know, he was sort of hidden in Milwaukee. So LeBron 1, Jordan 2, Kareem 3, Kobe 4, Shaq 5, Duncan 6, Durant 7, Karl Malone is 8, not a closer. Jerry West is 9, Steph Curry is 10. Those are your top 10 all-time playoff scorers. Tony Parker is 11th. There's another guy who slept on. Talk about sleeping on San Antonio. Tony Parker, more playoff points than Tim Duncan. How about that?
Yeah. Never crossed my mind. Never crossed my mind 1 second. So, I mean, I understand getting brought up. Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise there. But, yeah, you could have these sorts of debates for days. And different eras. Like, what if Jordan was playing in this era with the scoring and the pace and all that? Like, what would he score given when it was slow down and playoff games were in the 90s and the 80s, what he was doing? Just imagine what he would do nowadays. So that's always a lot of fun. Those are our power rankings for this Wednesday. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. All right, NHL playoffs. We'll talk about it with Eddie O next hour. We've got 3 matchups. Caps up 3-1 over Montreal. Florida up 3-1 over Tampa Bay. So either one of those series could wrap tonight. And then we've got the Jets and Blues tied 2-2. Which game tonight are you most interested in?
I really want to pull St. Louis, and I think I will get there. Plus 150 I could get. Now, I don't have an account at this place in Vegas. I'm also not in Vegas, but I see a plus 160. But plus 150 is a good pull. I crave St. Louis going into Winnipeg and scoring that first goal tonight and just shutting that place up. And I think, you know, obviously the Blues have the momentum because Winnipeg wins game 1, game 2. Blues take 3 and 4. Blues have the momentum. Binnington starting to feel himself in that. And I think there's maybe a little bit of nerves kicking in now for Winnipeg. They're the better team, but I don't know that they really have enough to get through here. I bet St. Louis to win the series before it started. I took them plus 190, so understand that. I already have some St. Louis stock, and this is a St. Louis show because we had a listener, Mikey Betts, tell us around the outdoor game New Year's Day, hey, 10-1 to make the playoffs. So a lot of people were able to capitalize on that. Alex Smith before the year, Blues to make the playoffs 2-1. So this is a Blues show. I don't think I'm jaded by that. I think Winnipeg is good, not great. And I don't think they should be laying $1.80 at home here in a very, very tight series. I mean, the Blues really shored up a lot of their defensive issues. Now, you know, somebody would say, well, they were at home, you know, do it on the road. Fine. You do have to win a road game if you're St. Louis at some point. You can't win the series by only winning at home. But of the 3 games, I would take the plus price on the Blues, plus 150.
Yeah, the current series price with it tied 2-2, not the number that you were getting before the series got going, but the best I see out there, you can get a plus 155 out there, which is now a best of 3 series. The over has been hitting 3 or 4 times in the series, but you could make that statement about a lot of series going on as the overs have been cashing a whole bunch. It's hard to ignore Florida-Tampa. The team that people loved, down 3-1, facing elimination. Now they go back home in a desperate spot, and it's a coin flip. Tampa Bay Lightning minus 110 Total is 5.5, even though this is another series where the over has been hitting. Now, with that said, it's barely gotten over the last couple of games. It's just gotten over right next to the number by that hook. So Tampa Bay, what do you think? Can they at least force another game?
Of course. I mean, they're favored barely, and this market has come crashing down. So just for context, Tampa on my screen open $1.25. I see circa minus 106 each way. MGM minus 110 each way. So there's been plenty of money on Florida to close this thing out. I am not going to bet it. I did the Tampa thing. I did it in game 2. That was the game I believe they were 0 for 5 on the power play. That was a 2-day stretch for me where I had Colorado go 0-6 on the power play and Tampa go 0 for 5 on the power play.
Yeah.
And I thought, yep, that's my luck. I picked 2 teams that are very good on the power play and they go 0 for 11 combined. I lean under in the game. I lean under 5.5. This has also been a series where we've had some late theatrics, if you will. I mean, think about that game. If you had the under in the last game, I mean, you're a winner. You're a winner the whole way. And then you get boom, boom, boom with the empty netter. That was tough, man. I mean, it's 2-2 with 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. It's 2-2. And then Florida takes that 3-2 lead, and then they get the empty netter, 4-2. Total 5.5. These games, usually when we get to 5, 6, 7, it's easier to take away what the other teams do. And I like both of these goaltenders, Bob and Vasilevsky. So I lean under 5.5. You made me bet that first game. Well, it's not the first game chronologically. Montreal, Washington play at 7. But at 7:30, I would go under if you made me bet Florida, Tampa, 5.5.
And you've got to be feeling pretty good about the Caps. They can wrap that series in 5 games tonight. They're $1.90 favorite. It's a higher total on this one tonight against Montreal. There are mostly 6. I see a 6 at BetMGM, but there are also 6.5s available in the market. So they're expecting a high-scoring one between Montreal and Washington. And I'm just taking a look at the updated Stanley Cup numbers and where the Caps are at. They're in the same range they've been most of the time. Like, you could find a 12 out there, which I'm a little surprised, given the state of the series and where they are, how likely they are to move on, that they're right in the middle of all the playoff teams still alive.
I want to quickly touch on the third period here in these elimination games. Alex was talking about this, Alex Smith, years ago. It used to be over 1.5 in the third period, and it used to be like minus 180. I'm looking right now at Montreal, Washington, the third period total at MGM, over 1.5, minus 225.
Whoa.
So the books have definitely caught up. That's also a higher total game at 6.5, if you will. But the thought process there is that teams that are about to lose their season are going to pull the goalie relatively early. So if the Caps are up 2 goals with 5 minutes to go, Montreal is going to pull the goalie. They just will. So the thought process there is you get the urgency for the team that's desperate, and you get a lot of empty net opportunities for the team that's favored and the team that has the lead. I don't necessarily love minus 225 to go over 1.5, but you could see 2 empty net goals in the final 5 minutes. Totally possible.
I thought you were going to tell me that they bumped it to 2 for this game because it's a high total game. The 6.5s out there. Have you seen it touch 2 for third period totals?
You can do 2. You can go over 2 minus 130. Now, obviously, you tie the 2. You need 3 to win. I think I'd rather do 1.5 than 2, just in case it lands 2. I would hate the tie on 2. Right. And then over 2.5 is plus 135 at MGM. But you'll see some guys that bet hockey and bet it well. They'll look at these elimination games, and they will bet the third period over before the game even starts.
What is a more popular bet for teams facing elimination? First period low scoring or just backing the team in the first period? the team down?
Probably just backing them in the first period.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think that would be. I mean, it depends on the team, naturally. But a team like Tampa, I would think first period, maybe first period under, because Tampa has shown that they don't want up and down hockey, right? They haven't been able to put the puck in the net, so I think they need to keep things out of the middle, keep things in the corners, and try and muck this game up.
They're not wasting any time with these NFL betting markets, bunch of specials, exactas, the exact order of every division. We'll go over a few on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
It's Derby week. We'll talk to Eddie Olczyk, 11:20 Eastern here on the BetMGM Network. And with it being Derby week, I don't know about you, Sammy, but I've got exactas on the mind. And they are already posted for NFL divisions. Pick the team that's going to finish number one. Pick the team that's going to finish number two. You don't have to forecast the entire division, but in exact order, pick 1 and 2. Or they already have for every division in the NFL the top 2. So that would be what? A quinella. You pick the top 2 in either order. Doesn't matter. Obviously, you're not getting as nice of a price on that one. But that certainly is top of mind for me when you talk about some of these NFL team specials that are available. And I know you put out a piece for Fox with some post-draft wagers that you would take a look at. What was your idea?
Yeah, spinning that forward, I did write up the Chargers to win the division. And I know that might sound crazy to some people because the Chiefs have won 9 in a row and all 7 with Mahomes. So Mahomes against the division, 7-0 in terms of getting that AFC West crown. That said, man, weird things happen after a team loses in the Super Bowl. And I think the offensive line is going to be a top 5 unit in football. You know, they've taken 3 guys now in the first round over the last handful of years. They have, in my opinion, the 2 best tackles in football, Slater and Alt. They just drafted Hampton, who I also bet at 15-1, OROY. I almost said OPOY, Offensive Rookie of the Year. So I think they're going to take the next step. And, you know, Harbaugh doesn't really lose all that often. So you have a good coach that knows how to turn a program around or turn a team around, franchise around, whatever you want to call it. And look, Justin Herbert is primed to take another step forward. So given all that and the question marks surrounding some of the Chiefs' offensive linemen and some issues they might have in the secondary, I think the Chiefs can be had. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, bet the Chiefs to miss the playoffs. But if I like the Chargers to win that division, best price 3.25 right now, why wouldn't I think about Chargers 1 and Chiefs 2? That is 5-1 right now in the exacta market. So Chargers win the division, Chiefs come in second, 5-1. I don't think that's a bad idea.
Now I'm pissed. Have you forgotten that the last leg of my 4-leg parlay to win $136,000 is the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl?
They can win the Super Bowl. They're just not going to win the division.
They're not going to win the division, right? Yes, Rory is in. We're waiting on the Thunder for the next one. I don't know about the Texas Rangers, American League. That would be the 3rd leg if we go in exact order. But I wrote the exact same thing down. I was going through the division forecast, the exactas, and the top 2, and that was certainly one of them. There are a few in that 5-6-1 range that I jotted down, and yeah, I'm with you on that one. KC, LA Chargers. Now, if you go with them in either order, you're obviously not going to get the same price, but it's in the plus 180 range. If you go Chiefs and Chargers, we like what the Broncos did. They found their quarterback of the future, they believe. And let's eliminate the Raiders, right? I think we're willing to do that. There's a very high likelihood that the top 2 teams in the AFC West are the Chiefs and Chargers, and 2-1 in either order. That's a decent price.
Yeah, obviously a much safer bet.
Yeah,
because you're protected when the Chiefs naturally go 13-4 in my eyeball. I would only bet Chiefs Chargers. I'm not interested in Broncos Chiefs or Raiders Chiefs, which is $9.50 if you go Chiefs Raiders. But I'm okay on Geno Smith and Ashton Genty behind a really bad O-line. That's a good look. Chiefs, Chargers, sort of exacta box style, so it could go either way. I like Chargers, Chiefs, though, in that order, 5-1. But the 180 where you get it either way is a really good look. Let me throw one at you. This is another 1-2 exact combo. Lions, Bears, plus 850.
So I'd be willing to look at a number of different combinations here. Here's what I was thinking when it comes to the NFC North. With them losing both coordinators, especially, of course, Ben Johnson on the offensive side, and it's going to be kind of unknown moving forward. If you were to make the argument that maybe the Lions are caught this year and they finish second in the division, I'd be open to that conversation. Now, Minnesota's sliding back. We see what they've done with the win total. You've got to change a quarterback. I can get behind that idea that Minnesota finishes third or fourth. So then what do? We're taking Green Bay or Chicago in this scenario to win the division. But you're saying Detroit 1, Chicago 2, right?
I like Detroit. I mean, I'm not a big Dan Campbell guy, but that's the most talented team in the division. And I know that, coordinators are a big deal to an extent. They didn't really lose much roster-wise. So I think they're still the team to beat. That's not exactly a hot take. They're plus 120 at MGM to win the North. But I think I want to get weird on Chicago. So I could do Packers 1, Bears 2. That's 10-1. I don't want to do Minnesota. I'm not a Minnesota guy this year. I think they overexceeded last year, which is fine. I think reality hits them the right way. Regression hits them as well. But a Lions-Bears 1-2 is 850. A Packers-Bears 1-2 is 10-1.
I was looking at Packers-Lions, and that's 5-1. That's the direction I would go, but I already feel it. It's what you warned George about last week, that I'm going to get sucked into this Bears stuff. And I don't know that they're ready, and it's year one for Ben Johnson. I'm the person warning people, give him time. It doesn't have to be year one. They have a very tough road schedule this year. It'll get there. It doesn't have to be playoffs this year, but I know at some point I'm probably going to get sucked in because it happens far too often, even though I know better. But yeah, I was looking at Green Bay, Detroit, but I get the idea. If you're hunting for some value, ceiling wise, the Bears have that kind of a ceiling. Maybe do what Washington did last year, right? So
yeah, I don't know that I would do anything with them on top though. I don't want to do Bears, Lions, or Bears, Packers. I feel good about them in that 2 hole, finishing second. So if you want to play this out and you can do the top 2 teams, and you can do Lions, Bears 550 either way, and then Bears, Packers either way 6-1. Those aren't bad bets.
Second place in the NFC North had 14 wins last year. That's not going to happen again.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. All right. The idea of fading some teams, keeping them outside of the top 2. So I mentioned sliding Detroit down a little bit. So I guess that's kind of a fade. But I was thinking about coming up with an NFC East combo where Washington is not involved. Can you get behind that idea? Having some other combination, likely thinking Philly, Dallas, but keeping Washington out. What do you think about the Commanders?
I naturally want to go against what happened last year. I did the same thing, though, with the Texans, and I was wrong, right? I thought the first 10 games, Houston was very bleh. The problem that I ran into was that the AFC South was horrendous. So I couldn't get anybody in the division to take it away from Houston. I feel the same way, though, about Washington. I mean, everything kind of broke right. There wasn't any tape on Daniels, and he just exploded onto the scene. Now teams have a whole offseason to prep for that. There's, 17 games on film. Teams will be ready for it. Cowboys, Eagles, either way, 1-2, plus 380.
It's not bad. Maybe that's the play instead of Eagles, Cowboys at plus 500. The value isn't that different, and this is the division where you have a different winner every single year. I know we're going to be inclined to go against that and say it's got to be the Eagles. Look at all the talent they have across the board, but we know how funky this division is. It's going to be something surprising. It always is. And last year, the surprising team was Washington, and maybe Dallas gets healthy and the talent that they have, that they're back to being there in the top 2.
I love just looking at the numbers and trying to speak it into existence. I won't get here because I'm not betting on Jackson Dart in year 1.
Okay.
But just hear me out. If you take Philly and Washington out, if You go Cowboys, Giants, 1-2 either way. 60-1.
What?
It's not going to happen.
Giants.
It's not going to happen. But
it's wild.
I don't.
60-1.
I mean, the only bigger numbers I see are Browns and Steelers at 65-1.
Yeah,
and I think that's it. Yeah, on the low end of the North, Bears Vikings is 850. The low end of the NFC East is 60-1. Sorry, and then if you want to go Steelers and Browns, you can get 65-1, taking out the Bengals and the Ravens.
I feel like we've got to bring in Paul Aspen for this because he's always been the Jaguars' truther. Will the Jaguars be in the top 2 in that crappy division this year?
Ugh. I don't even want to think about the Jaguars right now. I can't anymore.
You're done.
Yeah. I think
that Paul
we had our
Aspen
window.
Jaguars future on like August 10th is gonna hit like crack.
It's gonna hit.
I gotta reconvene. I gotta get in the conclave and
you
see
got
what
a
we're
real
doing with
coach.
the Jaguars and the Seahawks.
You got a real
Could use
coach.
Travis Hunter.
Oh,
You got Hunter.
Oh, you don't like
Do
Liam
we have
Cohen,
a real
no?
coach? No. Let me see it. Look, the offensive chops are there. Sure, obviously. Like we've seen a good offensive coordinators be terrible head coaches before. So I don't know. I've tried not to think about the Jaguars this offseason yet. So like I'm not in the Trevor Lawrence's wash camp. I think the talent's there. He's got to stay healthy, obviously. I'm not here pounding the table for the Jaguars on April 30th. No, I am.
Well, hold on though. You and Liam Cohen are both 4-5ers. LIAMPAUL. You both have the 4-5 thing going. 4 first name, 5 second name. Think about that, Paul.
Ends in N.
Yep. A lot of similarities there.
All I'm asking is finish better than Cam Ward and Anthony Richardson. Top 2. I don't think that's too much to ask. We'll talk to Eric Kratz, MLB next, right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
High fly ball, right field and deep. Laureano turns, looks. See ya, he's done it again. Red hot Trent Grisham gives the Yankees a run. High fly ball, right field. Laureano back. Track. Wall. See ya. Yankees open up with back-to-back blasts. They lead 2-0. Driven out to right field. Laureano back. Turning. Looking. See ya. Nope, they say stayed in. No, it is gone. A home run. So back to back to back by the Yankees. They're up 3-0. High drive. Right field. There it goes. See ya. A long home run for Bellinger. 4 bombs by the Yankees.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
15 runs, 19 hits last night for the Yankees over the O's. Welcome back, Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM network, and very excited to have the Foul Territory guys back on the show this year. Joining us for the first time this season, we've got Eric Kratz, Foul Territory, which is also sponsored by BetMGM. Check it out, weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern time. Eric, it's funny because that's exactly where I wanted to start. Like some people that maybe there's a lot going on in sports right now. We just wrapped up with the draft in the NFL. You got NBA, NHL playoff action going on. And then I know people are following along maybe their teams. But then you kind of look at the standings like, whoa, what the hell happened to the Orioles? I heard you guys talking about it on your show the other day. How do you answer that question? Because when it goes this bad this quickly, it's not one thing.
Right. It's not one thing. It's not, it's not the moves that they didn't make in the offseason. Like, they even added, like, in the offseason, Mike Elias went out and got Tyler O'Neill. He went out and got Ramon Laureano. And you were like, okay, Ramon Laureano's like another outfielder. They have a lot of outfielders in the minor leagues. And this offense has still not been what we thought it was going to be. But if you look, because I'm the optimist for the Orioles, because I picked them to win the division, I thought this young lineup was going to just mash their way through the season. Here's the issue. They're probably about 10th in like productivity from the lineup. The issue is they are not pitching. They're not starting pitching. They're not middle relief. They had a great outing by Felix Bautista the other night, striking out. I think I know he struck out Judge in the 9th, and then it was 1, 2, 3, 9th inning. So that's a positive. Somebody coming off of Tommy John. You have Yunior Cano in the bullpen. Okay? So you have your 8th and 9th guy. There was a Kirby Yates out there. There was a Tanner Scott you could have brought back to the organization. You missed him the first time. They tried for Corbin Burns. I guess they wanted to break a record for AAV, but they didn't want to give the extra years. Maybe they didn't feel like it was going to happen because he was going home. All that to be said, it's not one thing, except it is. Too many of these in the one column, too many L's. Like, they have to figure out how to get back on that winning side of baseball, the side of baseball that I feel like Adley Rutschman is going to lead this team through. Like, this guy came up, I think it was like 93 straight series before he was swept when he was playing, when he was an active player. And I feel like it might be a lot to put on Adley Rutschman, but I feel like when he gets hot, this team is going to start to go. Yes, they have an MVP candidate at shortstop. He started out the year on the IL, so is that all? Did he need a few more at-bats in spring training? I don't know. But right now, it's time to go. They have a weaker schedule coming up here. They still got another one with the Yanks, but they have a weaker schedule coming up. It's time to go. So it's not one thing except for the W. They need more W's.
I was surprised to look at the run differential, Kratz, and see only one team worse than Baltimore. And, of course, that's Colorado, minus 78. The Orioles at minus 50. Rockies, Orioles, Marlins. One of those things is not like the other, man. I'm with you. I'm not hitting the panic button yet, but I don't think anybody saw them in the same conversation as Colorado and Miami through the first month.
I mean, let's look back to 23. The Padres. The Padres had Juan Soto in that lineup. They had Manny Machado. They had Xander Bogaerts. They had Fernando Tatis-ish. They had like the lineup that you were like, whoa, this team should go out and win. For some reason, they weren't winning. You heard everything from the clubhouse, like these guys are awesome. Everybody's excited. You had a great pitching staff. They've since subtracted some really good talent from that team. And look what the Padres did last year. The Dodgers called them the second best team in baseball. They had to win that series to win the World Series. Like that was the toughest series. And they've started off again hot. The Orioles, they need to be able to figure it out before the Padres did that year when it was like the last 10 games of the year and they went on a run and everyone's like, oh, the Padres are going to make the playoffs. They weren't going to. The Orioles need to figure it out. The issue is the Orioles play in the American League East, which is a very improved Boston Red Sox. Probably the best team in the American League, and the Yankees. They have the Rays, who are playing well. I think the stadium is kind of hard to figure out. Like, do they have power? Do they not have power? Are they going to score runs? But they always figure it out. They're going to have an uphill battle. But that is a good thing, because if they can figure out how to make the playoffs, I think they have to play like 56% baseball the rest of the year to possibly get into where that 86, 87 win range is, which that'd be too much for the Mariners because they're more of a 54% team. But 56% is very doable for this team. The issue is, where's the starting pitching going to come from? Where you don't just figure out somebody that's going to throw 5-6 innings on a given night, and so they got their work cut out for them.
Eric, let's bring it to betting a little bit. Tell you what we've been doing, and I'm sure it's pretty popular, is you just pair the Rockies opponent every day with somebody else. Find your favorite matchup, one of the big favorites, and we're not messing with the run line, because once in a while you'll see get a close game. It's baseball where it's decided by one run and you're screwed. You just go Rockies opponent, and this week, because they're facing the Marlins, it's the Dodgers. And it's usually, yesterday it was plus 125 if you go Dodgers, Rockies, or the Braves rather, this week going against the Rockies. Not even close. We're probably going to do it again today. Is it just the worst possible month for the Rockies, or are they going to play the season this bad and they'd be lucky to get to 50 wins?
So if I look at the lineup, I say, no, they're not going to play this bad. If I look at the organization and the bullpen for the most part, I'm going to say maybe. The organization's so afraid to make hirings as far as coaching staff and development people outside of their like comfort bubble. I mean, they hired Clint Hurdle as their hitting coach. It's not saying Clint Hurdle's not a good hitting coach, but Clint Hurdle just got recycled back through the Rockies again. He was there before essentially under the same people that have all been working there, and they just recycle the same ideas all the time. To me, they need to be willing to shake it up. They have 4 wins. It is crazy because the White Sox are on pace to break their own record, and the Rockies are on pace to shatter the White Sox record that they just broke last year. And it's wild to me. I don't believe this is going to continue. They're in a tough stretch right now. I think it's 16 of the last 17 they've lost. I think they went an 8-game losing streak, game losing streak, if I remember correctly. But yeah, you guys are keep cashing it in. That's a good move.
I don't know if you've looked at this schedule in May, though, man. Joe brought this up the other day. Here's their schedule. I'll just rip through it. Giants, Tigers, Padres, Rangers, D-backs, Phillies, Yankees, Cubs, Mets. That's May for the Rockies.
I mean, you're going to see some plus 300 if you want to get a little 330 money on one of those nights. I mean, Tarek Skubal versus the Rockies in Detroit is going to be I don't know. I mean, it might be like minus 125 for a minus 2.5 run line. Like you're not even buying run lines for less than minus 150 right now.
It's insane. With Eric Kratz, Foul Territory, weekdays 1 o'clock Eastern. Make sure you check it out. The show is terrific. Let's go to the NL West. Everybody has the Dodgers. It's a 1-game lead, but we all know they have so much more talent than everybody else. What is your second favorite team in the NL West? Is it the way San Francisco's playing? A lot of people hot on San Diego. We liked Arizona going into the year. What's your second favorite team?
Man, I loved Arizona going into the year too. I think that pitching staff and their kind of experience being in these spots will help them. I think right now what the Padres are doing is crazy. I think their starting rotation, I mean, Michael King, Dylan Cease, they had 2 clunkers early, and they've stepped up to be those guys. But that bullpen, something about San Diego, I remember when I made my debut in 2010, that bullpen was ridiculous. I mean, they had Trevor Hoffman, Heath Bell, Luke Gregerson, like guys that had like 1 ERAs. Like, it was ridiculous. And they're going back to that. Jeremiah Estrada, Suarez is coming out of the bullpen, and he had a little blip last year. Now he's freaking dominant. Like, dudes that are just throwing baseballs up there that nobody's touching. Estrada had a little bit of a hiccup last night, but I really like this team, and I'm going to pick them over the Giants. But if you ask me again on Monday, maybe I'll change it, because the Giants are built on what built that championship team: pitching and defense. They are not scoring 1 billion runs. I don't think they're going to score 1 billion runs. Their team leader in hits and RBIs and home runs is Jung-Ho Lee. If you look at his track record, he's not this like imposing figure that is going to hit a lot of home runs. Is he going to hit? I bet he could hit 300. And that's really tough to do in the big leagues with the way guys are pitching now. I just think pitching and defense is like that. It's like playing golf with a dude that shoots a 75, but the whole day you outdrive him. The whole day you're making monster putts, but all he does is he hits the ball right down the middle. Then he hits it into the middle of the green, and then he 2 putts, and he's like, "Oh, I wish I made my birdie." That's what the Giants do, and that's what any team that has pitching and defense does. They just grind you out, and it's kind of boring, and yet they're getting W's. And in the big leagues, as opposed to what the Rockies, White Sox, and Marlins organization thinks, W's are the most important thing.
Do we know how good the Cubs are at this point in time? It's only been a month. BetMGM has a -220 to win the Central. I think that's actually kind of cheap considering what they could do, but do we know what they are at this point yet?
I don't think they're the best team in the Central. And I say that leaning on the fact that I'm afraid of that bullpen, and I'm afraid of some of the guys in the lineup having some regression. They could possibly have a top 3 MVP candidate in Kyle Tucker at the end of the year. But I also think that some of the guys in the lineup are not going to be able to do what they have been doing so far this year. I think Seiya Suzuki is going to have a great year. I think it's a really top-heavy lineup that's getting a lot of production from the bottom of the lineup. If you sit there and go, who has the best, like I just talked about, boring stats, I think the Reds play better defense, and I think they have better starting pitching. And if they can figure out their bullpen, I think their bullpen is less to figure out than the Cubs. I think right now the Cubs, what they've done so far, they have done, like, I don't know, they don't do RPI in Major League Baseball. They do it in college football, but their strength of schedule is by far the toughest. I mean, they have gone through a gauntlet of teams, and they've come out leading the NL Central. I think they have they have work to do against the NL Central, because the last few years, it's kind of been their Achilles heel. You start getting into that bullpen. So they need guys to step up with Porter Hodge. They need Presley to be the guy that they traded for. And he's never going to live up to what Kyle Tucker's doing on the offensive side. But they need Ryan Presley to say, okay, I am the guy that's going to come in and shut the door. Or he might turn into a 8th inning guy, because Porter Hodge If you don't know about Porter Hodge, you need to watch a game. That is Bugs Bunny wipeout stuff. And Julian Merriweather needs to stay healthy. It's really about able to have 4 guys because their rotation, losing Justin Steele, just doesn't go deep enough to not have 4 elite guys in the pen to be able to run away with the NL Central.
You would think a move is coming. Jed Hoyer, last year of his contract, but we'll see. A lot of noise around the Cubs, and if they're even going to make an attempt to get Kyle Tucker back moving forward. Foul Territory, check it out weekdays. It is brought to you by BetMGM, 1 o'clock Eastern. Eric Kratz, thank you so much for joining us. Looking forward to our visits throughout the rest of the baseball season. On the other side, we talk Derby with Eddie Olczyk on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We're at the time on the sports calendar where every week it feels like another big event, whether it's the Masters, the NFL Draft, and this week it's the Kentucky Derby. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, and we only bring in the best. We bring in Eddie Olczyk, the 11th straight year on NBC covering the Derby. Edzo, I mean, I've got to imagine this is it for you, man. With the hockey playoffs starting, the Derby this week, you take a little break from hockey. You'll get back to it post-Derby, but this is your Super Bowl. This has got to be your favorite week of the year.
Joe, O, and Sammy, always great to see you guys and chat with you. And pucks and ponies, right? Nothing better in my world, anyways, especially at this time of year. And having been a part of the coverage, as you mentioned, Joe, my 11th Derby, and for all those years, a lot of those years, we had the NHL on NBC. So it was just a natural crossover to go from pucks to ponies and then back to pucks. And now being with the NHL on TNT and them allowing me to have a couple of days off here during the playoffs. And it is a great time of year. I am in Louisville, and I am also keeping both eyes on the Stanley Cup playoffs because, as you mentioned, I'm going to have to jump into the saddle if there is any possibilities of Game 7s on Sunday after the Derby. So I got an eye on the travel, the travel advisors, and then I have the eye on the Derby, and then an eye on the NHL playoffs. So a great time of year, and I appreciate you guys having me.
I know you've been following a lot of these horses for weeks, maybe months. Yeah. Some of the horses, but people are going to come in Wednesday, Thursday, and start studying for the test that is on Saturday. Yeah. So if anybody hasn't looked at the board yet or looked at the list of horses, what's the first thing they need to know about this year's track?
I believe it's one horse and then everybody else, and you can make a case probably for 8 horses in behind. The horse that will be the favorite and the horse that I like is number 8, Journalism, who comes in for trainer Mike McCarthy, and then jockey Umberto Rispoli has really dominated and has done nothing wrong. 5 career starts, 4 wins, 1 third, seems to be able to run forever. But I think if you're looking for a price, you're going to get a price because I think that with all the people that come in, as you guys know, and wager on the Kentucky Derby, it'd probably be the only race that they wager on all year long. So you're going to have a lot of money that's going to go to a lot of different horses in the field. Right now, a 20-horse field. And remind me, I want to definitely get to the also eligible horse here before you guys spring me here, because I think that's important for people to understand what possibly could happen. But I think that if you're looking to bet a horse to win, you're going to have value after the favorite. And if you're looking to get your feet wet in an exacta, try to get the top 2 finishers, a trifecta, top 3. And if you want to get really crazy, get into the superfecta where you're going to try to pick the top 4 finishers out of 20 horses. So, but all of my wagers will be built around Journalism, who I think is a really, really, really special horse. And the way that the race sets up, I believe Sammy and Joe, I think that Journalism will get a perfect trip. Now, you're going to go up against 19 other opponents. You're going to go 1.25 miles for the first time. You're going to have 168,000 people. There are a lot of things to play into that. So things can happen. We see crazy things happen. We see what we saw last night at the Garden, where in Milwaukee and in Indy, where the Bucks had a 7-point lead with less than 35 seconds left to go, and somehow they lost that game, right? So things happen. It happens in hockey. We had a game maybe about 3 or 4 weeks ago in Dallas, where the Dallas Stars had a 5-2 lead in the game with less than a minute left to go. And somehow the game got to overtime, and the Vancouver Canucks ended up winning the game. So it happens in all sports. It happens in horse racing, but all of my wagers will be around number 8, Journalism. But if you like a price, I think this is the race to really kind of take a swing, because if Journalism doesn't win, then I can make a case for 8 horses.
Oh, okay. Good stuff there. Let's hit on some of those horses, but a quick follow-up on Journalism. and how strong your opinion is there. That morning line favorite 3-1. I was talking to our mutual friend Jim Miller from Hawthorne Racecourse about journalism. He's like, you got to ask Eddie about his one concern. When you go to the Derby, obviously 20 horses, wide open field.
Yeah.
What about these last couple preps? And they were shorter fields, so journalism, not as much competition. Any concern there?
Yeah, sure, it's a concern, but I mean, he did run in a 10-horse field back last November, so he's phased. But I think he's that good of an equine athlete, Joe, to Jim's feelings about the lack of field size and whatever. But I mean, he had some adversity in a 5-horse field in his last race. I mean, you had the other 4 jockeys in that race riding journalism as well, and he didn't have the cleanest of trips, but he just found his way. I think the best way I describe him as is that for every step that other horses are taking in the race, it seems to me when journalism is really cooking, he takes 2 steps for every one. And he just seems to be able to, I don't want to say he's not a grinder. He's not. I think he's a very smooth mover, but I think that he has that ability to be able to just pick up ground and play the hand that's dealt. So, but look at, like I said a little bit earlier, I mean, you're going up against 19 horses and, you don't get a clean break or somebody cuts you off or whatever. But I think that he has the ability. He's going to give his best. Now, whether his best is good enough on Saturday, but I'm willing to take 3-1 or better, to pick him on top. And look at you. I mean, Sammy, this is better than most. I'm not a favorites player. I'm not. I'm always looking for, that better value, so to speak. But I think I look at this horse and go, I mean, I've got some future bets on him north of 10-1. So, I mean, I'm sitting in a very good spot. But if I'm at the Derby and working for NBC, and I think if you can get, 3-1 or higher because of all that money that's going to come in, I just believe that's still a great price, to go ahead and bet $2 to win on number 8 journalism and hope that you get north of $7.50 back. That's a pretty good ROI in about 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
I was on with Chris Felica yesterday. I do his show every week, and Bear says hi, by the way. He asked me, what am I going to do in the Derby? And I said, well, we got Eddie on the show tomorrow. Let me follow back with you. So he's excited to get your 2 cents on the matter. But the 2 horses that I've heard from guys that I respect, and I'm curious what you think, 4 and 5, Rodriguez in the 4-hole, American Promise in the 5. Will either of those 2 make your card?
If they do, Sammy, it'll probably be in that 4th or 5th spot. I just think that I'm expecting a very quick run race. I'm seeing 3 or 4 horses vie for the lead as they, cross in front of the finish line for the first time. And I think that the key number that you'll hear from our race caller on NBC, the voice of the Triple Crown, Larry Colmus, when he'll give out numbers as the race go on. He'll give a half-mile number. He'll say half mile in, and they'll put the number up in the corner of the screen. If you see anything faster than 46 seconds, that's a good thing for the horses that are going to come from behind. And then when he says 3/4 of a mile, if you hear anything, in that 1:10 and change, that's a very, very good thing for those horses that are going to sit in behind. I think both the 4 and 5 are going to want to be very close to the lead, and more no than yes on the 4 and 5. The one horse that I am going to use a lot underneath is going to be the number 14 horse, Tiz-Tastic, who won the Louisiana Derby back in February. 20-1 morning line, probably going to be somewhere a little shorter than that, I would imagine. Terrific team, Steve Asmussen and Joel Rosario, a dynamic duo there. So a lot of my plays will be using a horse that's going to be a nice price. So I'm going to be more looking for, Joe and Sammy, horses that have the ability to be able to stalk in behind the speed. I think it's going to be there. Now, look, somebody may go really crazy, and then maybe those other speed horses take back a little bit and just know that they're maybe going to suck up and draft in and then be able to shoot and maybe get a jump on the closers. But I'm looking at this more being a horse that eventually wins the race is going to come from sitting fifth or farther, and then making their move as they turn for home. So a lot of my plays will be using the closer, Tistastic, and behind journalism. So 8-14 for yours truly. And oh, by the way, I'm playing all week, and if anybody wants to see what my plays are all week here at Churchill Downs, they can go to twinspires.com and the home of Churchill Downs, and they'll be out on social and on the webpage there for twinspires.com, and hopefully make people a little bit of money, a little bankroll to get ready for Friday and Saturday when the Phillies run for the Lilies on Friday, and then of course the Roses on Saturday. So it should be a lot of fun. But 8-14 will be my strong usages when it comes to the Derby on Saturday.
Okay, 8-14, along with journalism, some of your exotics with Eddie Olczyk. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Edzo, you got everybody's attention when you said possibly 8. Like there are 8 that you like outside of journalism. What are some of those other horses that you're interested in?
Yeah, I mean, look at I think you got to use the 9 Burnham Square. I think you got to use the 13 Publisher. 14 I made mention of Tistastic. I think Cold Battle, the race sets up for the number 16. I like Sandman quite a bit. I'm going to use Sandman second and third, more third than second. Number 17 Sandman, 18 Sovereignty. So I mean, look at let me get back to this. I was going to forget. I wanted to mention the number 21 horse who is also eligible. The name of the horse is Baeza. If in between now and I think scratch time on Friday is 10 a.m. Eastern. Don't quote me, but you get my drift. If there's a chance of sickness, lameness, look, I hope all those other the top 20 horses in, I hope they all get in and all is good. But if somebody comes up and isn't able to run, Baeza would draw into this field, and that would change the dynamic of a lot of things, because Baeza only got beat to journalism by 3/4 of a length in the last race. And Baeza's only run 4 career races. And I think there's lots of improvement here for number 21. So if by chance there's a scratch in the body of field of one of the 20, you got to use number 21 Baeza. So Joe, I just give you, I think, 6 or 7 other horses there. And again, I'm reading the race as speed from the 1, speed from the 4, speed from the 20 on the outside. I think the horse coming over from Japan, the 7 horse, is going to have some speed. Dwayne Lucas's horse, number 5. So there's 5 horses that I think, like for me, I'm looking at this race going, I'm hoping that they go 4 or 5 across when they pass the wire the first time. They're going really quick. They go 45 and change for the half mile, and they go 109 and 4 to the 3/4 of a mile. Then that sets up really good for the closers. Then it just comes all down to trip when it comes at the end of the day. That's how the race is going to be run.
I've told you this story before. I don't think I've told Joe, though. It was 2018. I had 5 buddies visiting Vegas. That was the year that you hit the trifecta. And my buddies all extended their trip. They stayed 5 extra days when you hit Justify, Good Magic, and Audible. You made us thousands of dollars, Eddie. We didn't even have that kind of money, but we were rich because of you.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that somebody listened, first off, because that trifecta for $1. And again, Justify on top. Good Magic was my play. Like Good Magic, I think, was 1380 to 1, so just under 14 to 1. I thought that he was the key to the race. Obviously, if he would have won the race, Joe and Sammy, I don't know if I'd be sitting here, because I had a very large trifecta, Good Magic on top of Justify and Audible, but that's for another day. So look at that try for $1. Paid 100, I believe, if I remember correctly, paid $147 with the favorite on top, just for $1. So I think that if you can find that horse underneath, just like I am trying to do this year with Tistastic, and journalism, obviously, going to be the favorite, you get any kind of a long shot in behind. I mean, you can turn an $18 investment. If you go 8-14 all, and anybody finishes third, you could turn an $18 investment into, you could turn it into 800, maybe 1,200, depending on the number that you get in behind, or what's wrong with turning an $18 investment into $195? Now, if you got Joe, if you got Sammy's money, you're playing $1,000 try. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
but Sammy, I appreciate that. I appreciate the love, and look at. I'm very lucky. I've been doing something for NBC here the last 11 years. We have a great crew and enjoy working with the people that I do. And anytime I get to the Derby, I always think about, the late, great Bob Newmeyer, who was my first partner here at NBC and knew me, a longtime Boston guy, a broadcaster there for many, many years, and doing the Derby forever. And to be able to break in with NBC and work with Newmy for the years I did, made me a better handicapper. It made me a better broadcaster. I miss him since he's passed here in the last 4+ years now. And anytime I come to the Derby, anything with horse racing with NBC, I always think about my friend and a hockey guy too. By the way, remember he used to call the Hartford Whalers back in the day, the great Bob Newmeyer. So hopefully Newmy will be looking down and smiling and being proud of his old partner, hopefully giving out a winner and exacta, maybe even a trifecta, Sammy, on Saturday.
There you go, Eddie. He's just happy that someone's listening, right? Let me tell you, there are people I hear from once a year. They find out, Edzo was on the score. Joe, what are his picks? What are his plays? Mitch Rosen texting Paul Aspin earlier today. Let me know who Eddie likes. Let me know so I can get something down.
Yep.
Eddie Olczyk. We'll be watching on Saturday on NBC, all right? Enjoy it.
Hey, guys, thanks for having me. Keep up the great work, and we'll, hopefully we can chat maybe a little bit more horses when the Preakness and Belmont come around, and then maybe talk a little Stanley Cup playoffs, because remember, Stanley Cup finals only on one channel this year, the NHL on TNT.
There you go. There's Eddie Olczyk. We've got lightning bets on the other side on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I appreciate Eddie Olczyk hopping on the network. Multiple shows. We love having him on. I know people are going to be checking out that clip a whole lot over the next few days. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. And Sam, yeah, there's no doubt. And I'm sure when you were working at WGN, it was the same thing here in Chicago. When I was doing stuff at 670 The Score, people hear that Eddie Olczyk was on the station giving the plays. He's friends with everybody in the media market. He gives every pick that he's going to be giving out over the 10-hour pregame show on NBC. People want to know. Every year, this week, it's a big topic among sports fans. Who does Eddie Olczyk like because of the track record? Kind of like that story that you told with the try.
I will elaborate a little more on that story, but if anybody missed it and you're listening live now, Edzo is big on the favorite, 8, journalism, and 14, Tiz-tastic, which morning line, I believe, was 19-1. So if you play 8-14, you play it straight or you box it, you get 14-8 or 8-14, you're going to be in a good spot. And I think that was what Eddie was getting at. He really likes the favorite, and I'll piggyback on what he said. He's not a favorites guy. So for him to like the favorite says a lot. He's usually looking in different ways to bet these, second or third or fourth horses. But he does like the favorite, and he's looking for a longer shot to sort of pair with the favorite, and that's why he landed on the 8 and the 14. If you also caught it, he was mentioning trifectas, the 8, the 14, all. So you get every horse then. So if it goes 8, 14, and 16, coal battle, it adds up. These prices add up. You play the favorite, but then you pair the horse with a long shot or maybe 2 long shots, and that's what Eddie did in that 18 race, man. Whew. He hit the trifecta straight, and a buddy of mine who will not be named, he won $18,000 on the race by himself. And we were all betting it pretty nice, not that nice, but I would say between the 5 of us, we probably made about 45 altogether. And the one guy made 18. And that was when I was working at VEASAN, and they were paying me peanuts basically to work. So I didn't have that kind of money, but that was a nice boost for the bankroll, and he hit it 7, 6, 5. Justify, Good Magic, Audible. The dollar trifecta paid $141. So you do the math on my buddy hitting that for 18 smacks. 141 on the dollar trifecta. That was a trip that got extended. He ended up buying a suite and staying for 5 extra days because of
I'm sure.
2018.
Yeah. I'm not coming into work because I don't want to. How about that?
Nope.
Maybe a conversation over the next couple of days, but one thing that I think, it gets me, I don't know if it gets a lot of people, I get a lot of questions about it, is what's the best way to bet it? Because once you start diving into exotics and then you listen to more and more people, you get a longer and longer list, and then you don't want to leave any horse out, and then you just box everything. Those tickets get expensive, even the $2 ones. Once you start boxing everything and the supers, which are so hard to, but everybody's playing into the dream, right, of getting that monster ticket. So people will try anything. It does get expensive quickly. I know it doesn't sound like much when we say $1 try, $2 try, but if you're boxing everything quickly, those things start to add up. And your buddy, it was a straight try, right? It wasn't a few horses boxed.
No, he did straight try. Bang, bang, bang. Wow. 3 in a row. Not a box.
That is so hard to do. Out of 20 horses to go 1, 2, 3 exact order, insane. And you're always going to see horses that are steamed that are nowhere close. You just lose right away. You see it in the beginning. We didn't get time to talk about it, but Japanese horses always get bet. They did well last year, finishing 3rd and 5th. 2 more Japanese horses this year. We'll cover it throughout the week here on Bet Sweats via the BetMGM network. All right, Sam, a lot to digest today. You've got Major League Baseball. We talked to Kratz a little bit about that. A couple of NBA games. The Stanley Cup playoff action continues. Where are you going for lightning bets?
So I'm going to do the Blues. I'm feeling good about it. As we get closer to the end of the show, I'm feeling froggy. I'm going to bet them at plus 155. St. Louis Blues to pull the upset in Winnipeg. Hopefully take a 3-2 series lead. That's my plan tonight. St. Louis, 9:30 p.m. puck drop on the East Coast. Give me the Blues, plus 155. And then to play into what Joe has been talking about and what the show has been talking about, I'm going to play against the Rockies, but I'm going to do it in a money line parlay. Braves and Lakers, minus 110.
Oh, wow.
They both probably win. So Atlanta over Colorado and the Lakers to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. Not cover, just win, baby.
I like that. That is a little creative, mixing the sports up a little bit. I do like that. All right. Each game throughout the NBA playoffs, pick the player you think will score first in the game. If it's not your player, but he scores the second field goal of the game, you get your stake back only at BetMGM. Check out NBA Second Chance. All right. My lightning bets for this Wednesday. Yeah, I am going Lakers. You think they win. You're not sure if they cover. I'm going to lay the 5.5 in this desperate spot, down 3-1, going back home. I do expect the Lakers to win this. Are we still at 5.5? We saw some 6s earlier in the show.
Yeah, you can lay 5.5.
Okay. Yep. It's 5.5. I see Circa went to 6, and that seems to be about it right now. So that opened at 5. Let's go Lakers minus 5.5. On the Warriors-Rockets game, the number is, boy, it's kind of all over the place. BetMGM's posting a juiced 3.5. Houston, the favorite. Plenty of 4s. And there's some 4.5s popping as well. A lot of movement up. Houston is the sharp side. I am not betting the side. I will be taking the total. And we've got 204 in the hook over at BetMGM. I'm going to go under. We had the first over of the series in the last game, and now the total is starting to head up a little bit because of the results of that over. But I'm going to go under. That's the kind of series that we're going to get throughout. And later in the series, I like that number going up to jump on the under. So I'm taking Houston, Golden State under, really torn on the side, and the Lakers winning and covering. And then I'll do it once again for the third straight day. Give me Braves Dodgers. Why change now? I mean, the price, it's the worst of the 3 days. And that's understandable because Chris Sale's a minus 250 favorite for Atlanta. And you've got Gonsolin, $3. But it's minus 123. We've all laid a lot more juice than that. So I'll stick with it. Dodgers, Braves, third straight day. Let's see if that one gets home. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. Paul Aspen, Jay Kassan have their lightning bets. Paul, what do you got?
I have a question for you, Joe.
Yeah.
If your son did something that got you fined $100,000, what would his punishment be? Because that's what the NFL just fined Jeff Ulbrich, and $250K for the Falcons.
Whoa.
Mm.
And
I mean, he already cost his dad
$250,000.
Yeah, you're hearing from your boss. Also, by the way, I mean, I don't think any of us here are thinking of Jeff Ulbrich as a future NFL head coach, but he definitely will not be ever now. Like, oof. But yeah,
he's fired,
that's
right?
a hit to the bank account.
He's fired.
He's not fired. No, no.
You're firing him. I'm saying, like, aren't we all firing him?
You would have by now, right? Maybe next year, I guess.
You're out the door, dude. I know you got.
Oh, yeah.
No options and all that. I don't care. You've got to go.
I think he's lucky the owner's Arthur Blank. He seems one of the more, like, I don't know, measure. Like he gave Dan Quinn could have gotten fired after that Super Bowl, right? I mean, he didn't. I don't know. Most teams probably don't make that move, but I at least view Blank as one of the more measured owners.
Yeah, and meddling on the sideline.
Yes.
Meddling, measured.
Yeah. Well, there's that.
Both things can be true, but yeah. Oh wow.
Out of the house. I mentioned that.
Out of the house, kid.
Yeah. Sleep in the backyard for like a month or a year. One golf bet for the Byron Nelson. Rico Howie Look, he's 8-1. That's not really what this is about. You can play that if you want. He checks a lot of boxes stat-wise for this. And look, you look at his stat profile on the PGA Tour website, it's like a house with no foundation because the foundation at the bottom is putting, and he's terrible at putting. But kind of it's not necessarily a sticky metric. You can get hot with the putter, but pretty strong in a lot of other categories. T33 or better in 5 of his last 7 tournaments. Now, the 2 that he was not T33 or better, he missed the cut. But 3 of those were top 25. 2 of those were top 12. And he is one of the best on tour off the tee and 25th in approach. My play for this, plus 275 at BetMGM for a top 20 for Rico Hoey.
Please tell me that Rico Hoey, and this is a real name from the Philippines, is now one of Aspen's guys, so you can mention his name every week on the show. Yes,
have to.
I think there's a good chance. Okay,
we'll see how this week goes. This weekend goes.
Rico.
I thought you were going to say Thigala. I was going to cut you off.
Yep. Thigala's in the Jaguars camp right now. I'm just kind of over here, out of my sight, in the backyard, in the tent.
Get in the back room. All right, Jake Hassan, are you in on a Rico Hoey?
I think I have to. I'll ride with Paul Aspen. Why not? How could I not be?
I'm sorry in advance.
Yeah, it's fine. Listen, we've lost worse, but tailing Paul Aspen, so I'm fine with it. We're ride or dice here. That's how it goes. I'll go down with the ship. Rico Hoey, definitely a name of all time. There's only one game that starts before bet slips and bat flips. It's the first game of a doubleheader with Reds and Cardinals. Kind of like the Cardinals a little bit, just because Michaelis has pitched better than his ERA looks, but kind of just an ugly game. But we'll get into all of it at 1 Eastern, not 1:30 Eastern, because PJ's on vacation, so it's the Jake Show for a full hour. See you there. It's going to be awesome.
Oh,
Jake.
Wow.
Jake. Rico.
Was everybody's pen working when Eddie O was talking? The 8, the 14, the 9, the 13, the 16, the 17, the 18, the 21.
Here, don't worry. Right there.
Got them all. How are we going to combo
Gonna
all
need that
these
in the
puppies?
group chat.
All right, we'll talk about it over the next couple days. This has been Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with It's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we will get you caught up on everything NBA, including a look ahead to both games on the schedule tonight. That continues in 20 minutes when we dive into the Knicks, then the Jets, maybe the Yankees, as we bring in Jake Asman, host on ESPN 880 AM in New York City. And then it's Donkster time along with our best bets in just 40 minutes. Hello to our audience on Stadium. If you're interested in watching us during our final hour, easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or stream us on the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, and Amazon Prime as well. Do you feel better after our whining Wednesday? Whine about it Wednesday? I feel a lot better all of a sudden.
It's funny how that exists, where if you have something that's on your chest, sometimes you need to get it off. And I don't know if you need to unload on a friend or on a therapist, to a blank wall or something, an inanimate object. It does feel better. So I think that people say this about like gossiping, that it's bad. But we had this rule on my swim team where it said, okay, you can gossip, but only to one person. Because, like, some girls just need to gossip. They need to get it out of their system. So you had one person and one person only that you could gossip to, but then it stops there. And I feel like it was one of the best rules we had on our team for combating female drama.
Oh, yes. That's actually a good rule. I've never heard that before. I like that, though. But what happens if that one person then gossips to another person and says, this is just one person, and that person says, I'm going to gossip to this person, but it's just one person? Can it spread that way?
No, because your person has to be, like, reciprocal. Like, so if you pick that person, you have to be their person as well. So it ends in that two-person pod.
Oh, so you're the secret keepers. Once you gossip, that's it.
The secret keepers.
The secret keepers. It was an oath they held sacred.
It's an oath they will bring to their grave. It was nothing that serious, but I feel like people do this in normal life as well, and usually it's your significant other. Is it not? Like, I gossip to Jake all the time because I know that he's not going to talk to the people that I talk to. Like if I tell him stuff, number one, he probably doesn't care. Number two,
Yeah.
he's not going to repeat it to people because he's just not a gossipy guy.
No, that's good. I mean, I think that's important, especially that. I mean, also, and I'm very aware of that because even if I hear something, I don't even hear something. This is going to come across the wrong way, but even when I'm talking about someone that I care about or another couple or friends, like I'll keep it. I want to keep it more information based as opposed to, because I don't like the idea of all of a sudden just like spilling and gossiping about people that I know or people I care about. So even then I'm sort of aware of, yeah, maybe this is something that's going on. I hope they're okay, but I'm not going to lean into it and all of a sudden be this person who's totally different behind someone's back. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why I think like if you're with your significant other, it's a safe place.
Yeah.
And you can just say your thoughts out loud without judgment and without like knowing that they're going to get back to somebody, because even if it's not coming from like a bad place, like I'll give you an example. People who I like don't really like their kid. Like they're annoying kids.
Right.
Like we know this. Like if
Yeah.
you are a parent, you don't have to like all kids. But I am never, ever going to say that to a parent because I know what it feels to like have a kid. And that's like your pride and joy. I will never say that to their face, but I need to get it off my chest sometimes. Sometimes kids be annoying.
No, no question about that. Sometimes you're like, that kid, oh my God. Like, I mean, you just need to like corral your kid for a second. Like, why is he sitting at our table and your parents are across the room at the restaurant? Like, maybe come get this child. Well, we're going to talk about the NBA and look at tonight's games. Before that, we do have a really feel-good story here regarding Nate Robinson, former NBA player, played 11 years in the NBA, 3-time slam dunk contest winner. I was not aware that he's been looking for a kidney for 4 years and finally received a transplant earlier this year that saved his life. And this is from a donor, a man that he had never met before, named Shane Cleveland, who decided to donate his kidney. They didn't even meet until after the donation, the transplant had taken place. And so there was a whole video about Nate Robinson talking about his second chance at life and a stranger that had lent him his kidney. Because you can live with one kidney. I have one kidney. I mean, it can be done. And so this was really inspiring and very emotional to hear Nate Robinson hear about the kindness of a stranger and also about now a new life that he has.
Oh, absolutely. Like this is one of the best gifts that you can give somebody else is the gift of, a second lease on life. And usually we see this with people who are no longer living. Like I think that's the greatest part of this story is that they got to meet. And they got to have that emotional connection. And he got to say thank you in person and really show his gratitude. Because we see this with like heart transplant people, where it's like the family of the person who had the heart and passed away. And then they give life to another person. And as much of a connection as they feel with that person, they'll never get to say thank you. So I think that was the best part of this video is seeing like the human connection between these two strangers that kind of prove that like, pure kindness does exist, like because that's what this is, right? If it's the goodness of your heart or your kidney or your liver, whatever, and you give it to somebody you don't know and they get to live longer because of it, like that's the ultimate gift.
Yeah, absolutely. Gift of life, and good on Nate. Glad he's doing better, and the recovery prognosis is all